Lord, yes, I just wanted to submit that accused one will be calling a witness after this.
And the name of the witness?
The name of the witness is Courtney Snyders. I was hoping that I could submit that we could bring evidence in terms of Section 153. She is concerned about identity and deceptions. This matter being widely publicized.
Well, first we need to get the witness here.
Yes.
I was told in chambers that the witness needs an order to come to court. I indicated that I will issue such an order. It's currently being prepared. I just wanted the name of the witness on record by my registrar. I will therefore order that the witness attend court. As soon as we're done, we can take a short adjournment. Apparently the witness is close by, then somebody can go and fetch the witness. And the order will be issued now.
If I may present your registrar with the name on paper.
Courtney.
T-E-N-E-Y.
That's Courtney. And Snyders, S-N-Y-D-E-R-S. Is that
correct? How
you spell it? I'll be presented with the order which I will sign shortly.
Is that care of Wilkie's Pie?
That's been taken care of then.
I'm indebted to your lordship.
Thank you. Just swear in the witness again, please.
Please give your full names to the court.
U volle naam.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do. So help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated, Mr. Apollos.
Thank you, my lord. Good morning, Mr. Apollos.
Before you start, Mr. Apollos, just stand up again, please. I just want to see something.
Ek wil nog eers sien, meneer Apollos, kan u opstaan?
Is that the pants you described on Friday?
That's correct, yeah.
Good.
That's correct, my lord.
I see a black tracksuit pants with orange stripes. It's also the same pants we can see on the exhibit, on the video, with Colonel Pretorius.
Confirm that, my lord.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Apollos. Môre, meneer Apollos.
Good morning.
I'm going to carry on from where we left off on Friday. Ek gaan voortgaan van waar ons gelos het Vrydag.
In your evidence in chief, you said that 3 detectives, males,
en een getuienis in hoof, u het gesê 3 speerders het daar gekom, mansmense. Sorry, my lord, we don't have the documents in front of us.
it's his testimony.
Okay.
You say you recall it was Sergeant Joubert drove.
U het gesê u kan onthou dit was Sergeant Joubert wat gery het.
Correct?
That's correct.
Gumbi was the passenger and Sergeant Schmidlin sat with me at the back. That was your evidence.
Sergeant Gumbi was die passasier gewees op die linkerkant en Sergeant Schmidlin het langs u gesit op die agterkant.
That's correct, sir.
That's correct, sir.
In fact, you referred to them by names. You remembered their names.
U het eintlik hulle name onthou, u het hulle genoem by hulle name.
That's correct, net die twee se name.
That's correct, only the two's name, only two.
And Schmidlin was the witness that was called by the state. You remember? He testified?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, your evidence went on further and you said when you got to the hospital, all 3 alighted.
U het gesê verder dat die tyd wat julle by die hospitaal kom, al 3 van hulle uit die kar uitgeklim.
I was taken out before they took me in.
Hulle het vir my uitgehaal voor hulle vir my ingevat het.
They told me to say
Hulle het vir my gesê om te sê,
that I must not say how I got injured.
ek moenie sê nie hoe het ek die beserings gedoen nie, of gekry het nie.
That was your evidence?
Dit was dit. That's correct.
Why wasn't this put to Warrant Officer Schmidlin when he testified?
Hoekom was dit nie ingestel of gesê by aan adjutant-offisier Smidlin?
Dat aan meneer Smidlin.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Ik heb niet gehoord meneer sê dat aan Smidlin.
I did not hear my attorney saying or stating that to Smidlin.
That's exactly why I'm asking. Why was that not put?
Dis die rede wat ek vir u vra. Hoekom was hy nie dit gesê nie?
Maar dat is wat gebeur het.
But that's what took place.
Let me explain this to you. This is your evidence, okay? This is what you testified.
Dit is u se getuienis dit is wat u getuig het of gesê het.
Now before you get into that box, you give your legal representative instructions.
Voor u in die boks ingeklim het nie, u het u prokureur instruksies gegee.
My question is, when Schmidlin testified, why was it not put to Schmidlin? This is what my client will say. Why was that not done?
Die vraag is, die tyd wat Smidlin getuig het nie, hoekom het u prokureur hoekom wat het u aan hom gesê nie, dat luister, as my kliënt kom of miskuldige nommer 1 kom getuig, hy gaan dit sê.
You understand?
Verstaan u?
Ik verstaan.
I understand.
These three officers were there, according to your evidence.
Van u se kant af hierdie drie polisiebeamptes was daar gewees.
One of them told you, you must not tell the doctor.
En een van hulle het vir u gesê, u moenie die dokter sê nie.
But that's not put to the witness when he testifies.
Maar dit was nie gesê nie of gestel aan die getuie die tyd wat die getuig het.
Now you're the client, you give instructions. Why was that instruction not given to your lawyer?
U is die kliënt, u is die persoon wat die instruksies gee, hoekom was dit nie aan die getuie gesê nie?
Maar dat wat gebeur het.
But that's what took place, yes.
Mr. Paulus,
Meneer Paulus,
just so that you understand,
sodat u kan verstaan,
the state advocate had now explained to you how the system works.
die staatadvokaat het nou vir u verduidelik hoe dit werk.
Are you following?
Volg u.
Ja, Here,
Yes, my lord.
Sandy, you will recall that you've been in the court right through the evidence of all the witnesses that testified.
U kan nou dat u was in die hof heeltyd die tyd wat die staatsgetuig getuig het reg.
Dat is echt zo.
That's correct, my lord.
And then the defense advocates will cross-examine.
En die advokaat het kruis ondervra.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
And then they would turn to you
En hulle sal omdraai na u toe.
before they finish off and say, can I just turn my back on the court? I want to speak to the accused.
Voor hulle klaar maak, hulle sal vra in die hof, kan hulle net met die beskuldiges praat.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Now, you heard the evidence of Mr. Schmidlin.
U het die getuienis van meneer Smidlin gehoor.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
And what you're telling the prosecutor is that you realized he didn't say that. You told him that they told you that, and it wasn't challenged by Mr. Aramsa.
Dat is correct, ja.
That's correct, yes.
Now, did you tell Mr. Aramsa, but this man is wrong because he told me not to say?
Het u dan vir meneer Harms gesê
Or they
dat
told me not to say.
het u vir meneer Harms gesê dat wat hierdie persoon sê of wat hierdie getuie sê is verkeerd, want dit is wat hulle vir my gesê het dat ek moet dit aansê.
Nee, ja, maar.
No, my lord.
Now that's the way the state advocate is going. She say, why did you not tell Mr. Aramsa?
Dit is wat die staatsadvokaat vra. Hoekom het u nie vir meneer Harms gesê nie?
En ik heb besef, ik ben hier intensief hier.
I noticed when I was giving my evidence in chief, my lord.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Now, in your evidence in chief, you said, I did not injure my ankle jumping out of a van.
En u is getuies in hoof, u het gesê, ek het nie my enkel seer gemaak die tyd wat ek die van uitgespring het.
Correct?
Is it correct? That's correct.
I was told not to say how I got the injury.
Ek was gesê, ek moet nie sê nie hoe ek die besering opgedoen.
Correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
You go further and you say, I just made up the story.
En toe sê, gaan u verder om te sê dat ek het net die storie opgemaak.
Correct?
Is it correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, in your warning statement,
Nou, in u se waarskuwingsverklaring,
let me read what
Exhibit
Sergeant... I'm
number.
sorry, my lord, that will be exhibit double M.
Double.
M. M for Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is what you said to Sergeant Fortuin.
dit is wat u gesê het aan Sergeant Fortuin.
He fell before he was arrested
Hy het geval voordat hy gearresteer was.
on 2024 March 4th.
Hy het geval op die 4de van Maart maand 2024
resulting in sustaining the above mentioned injuries.
en hy het hierdie bogenoemde beserings opgedoen.
Now, please stay with me, Mr. Pollis. I want to explain as I'm going along, okay?
So u moet nou vir ons met my bly meneer Apollos, so u moet nou vir my verduidelik as ek nou aangaan nie.
So what I'm saying to you is this is what you said in your warning statement.
Wat ek aan u sê is dat dit is wat u gesê het in u waarskuwingsverklaring.
And I've already said to you what you've said in your evidence in chief.
En ek het al reeds vir u gesê wat ek u gesê die tyd u prokureer vir u vrae gevra het.
Now, what's put to Sergeant Fortuin when he testifies,
Nou wat was gesê aan Sergeant Fortuin die tyd wat hy getuig het?
so this is cross-examination by your counsel.
En nou dit is die tyd wat u prokureer vir Fortuin vrae gevra het.
Okay?
Verstaan u?
Sergeant Fortuin is told,
Sergeant Fortuin was gesê,
Mr. Pollis explained that he sustained the injury jumping in and out of the bakkie, a police van.
Sergeant Fortuin, dit was gesê aan Sergeant Fortuin dat meneer Apollos het hierdie beserings opgedoen die tyd wat hy in en uit die police van uitklim.
That doesn't make sense. It's obvious that he didn't jump into and out of a police van from the 4th to the 6th of March 2024.
Can you please repeat that?
That doesn't make sense. It's put to Sergeant Fortuin. That doesn't make sense
Dit was gestel aan Sergeant Fortuin, dit maak nie sin nie.
because it's obvious because he didn't jump into and out of a police van from the 4th to the 6th of March 2024.
Want dit is duidelik dat dit nie in en uit die van uitgespring nie en ingespring het uitgespring nie van die 4de tot die 6de van Maart maand nie.
Now,
Just that you're going a long way to get to the point, and I'm not sure whether the accused are following. Mr. Pollis, are you following the state advocate?
Yes, I do, my lord.
So maybe when you give these long preambles, just check on every step whether the witness is with you.
certainly, my lord. Certainly.
I don't want any confusion.
Ek wil hê net as jy net die lang verduideliking gee, jy moet net stap vir stap vra vir die getuie, verstaan die getuie.
Good?
All right, you
So
understand?
he's with you? That's fine.
Now, Mr. Pollis, this is my question. In your evidence in chief, I think it was the court that asked you on Friday, why did you need to make up these additional stories if it's a lie? Why? Why, if it was a lie, wasn't it put like that to Sergeant Fortuin? The improbabilities are not important because my client will say he made up the story. That's not what's put to the witness. Do you understand?
Vrydag het u het 'n verduideliking gegee nê en die hof aan die hof. Dit is die tyd wat u vir die hof vrae gevra het nê En toe sê hy dit nee, jy my net hierdie stories opgemaak. Maar nou, hoekom was dit nou nie aan die getuie gesê nie, of gesê of gestel nie dat dit was net opgemaakte stories die my meneer Apollos.
Do you have an answer?
Het jy 'n antwoord?
Ek het dit vir my lawyer gesê, dat is, ek het dit opgemaak.
I did tell my attorney that I just made it up.
So it was your attorney that didn't put it properly to the witness, that Mr. Apollos will say he made up the story about jumping. It's not the truth. There's nothing in it. He made up the story. That was never done.
So dit is eisige verdediging wat dit aan die getuie gestel en dat my kliënt sal sê dit maar net opgemaak. So ek het nie die regte ding aan die getuie gesê nie.
En ek het ook nie in en uit by 'n polisiebakkie gespring nie.
And I also did not jump in and out of police van or bakkie.
Your version is you made it up, right?
So is 'n weergawe is dat dit opgemaak.
That's correct.
That's correct.
In your confession document, my lord, this is exhibit double K.
Double K.
You are asked specifically if you have any injuries.
In is 'n bekentenis nee, u was gevra spesifiek het u enige beserings?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And you go on to explain for each injury how you sustained them.
En u het verduidelik op elke besering hoe het u daardie besering opgedoen.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Do you know then why it was not put to Colonel Pretorius when he testified? My client lied. He made up that whole story.
Weet u dan hoekom was dit nie aan Pretorius gesê nie dat nee my kliënt het dit opgemaak of hy dit opgemaak.
Maar dit was opgemaak geweest, dat is nie my beserings opgedoen het nie.
But it was just made up. That's how I did not get my injuries in that way.
Mr. Apollos, in fairness to you, every time I point out to you something that you said in your evidence in chief that's not what was put to witnesses, the state is going to argue. You're making this up. Why wasn't it put to state witnesses? Do you understand?
Verstaan meneer Apollos dat as die staat nou gaan betoog, nee, die staat gaan betoog dat elke tyd as die staat vir u wys wat u gesê het in getuienis in hoof en wat nie aan die getuie gestel was nie, dit u het net alles opgemaak, u het dit opgemaak.
Ek het dit nie opgemaak nie.
I'm not making it up.
Then why wasn't it put to witnesses?
Dan hoekom was die getuie nie dit gesê nie meneer?
Want dit is wat gebeur het.
But that's what happened.
I understand, Mr. Apollos. I know that's your version.
Ek verstaan meneer Apollos, ek weet dit is u weergawe.
The point is, if you told your legal representative that, why was it not put to witnesses?
Die punt is as u dit aan u verdediging of u lawyer gesê het, hoekom was dit nie gestel of gesê nie aan die getuie nie?
Maar alles wat ek soveel aan my lawyer gesê het, was
But everything I've told my attorney so far was.
So,
Just one moment. Can you remember what I explained to you earlier on the other question?
Kan u onthou wat ek vir u verduidelik vroeër aan die ander vraag meneer?
ja.
About
Yes, my lord.
the counsel going to the client and checking?
Ek kan onthou dat wat as die prokureur na die kliënt toe gaan om goed uit te vind.
Dis reg so.
That's correct.
Now the same applies to this question.
Nou dieselfde met hierdie vraag
The
meneer.
question is, why did you not tell Mr. Haramsadin, but you forgot to put it to him? You understand?
Hoekom u dan nie aan meneer Haram se gesê het dat nee, jy het vergeet om dit aan hom te sê of aan hom te stel?
Ja, maar ek het die antwoord hier.
Sorry my lord, I don't have an answer.
Can you recall when the state witnesses were testifying
Kan u onthou die tyd was
on this
staatsgetuie?
trial within a trial,
Kan u onthou die tyd was staatsgetuie getuig het in die verhoor binne verhoor?
that on more than one occasion I requested yourself and Mr. Van Rijn to be given paper and writing materials?
En ek het gevra dat u en meneer Van Ryn met materiaal gegee word om te skryf.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
Ek kon nou dit hieroor.
I remember that, my lord.
Can you recall why I said it?
Kan u onthou hoekom het ek dit gesê?
Sodat ons instructies kan
So that we can, our instructions, the witness showing, my lord.
Can you now see the importance of it?
Kan u nou sien hoekom is dit die belangrikheid van dit?
Dis korrek ja.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Edelman.
Thank you, my lord. In your evidence in chief, you said this was now when you were brought to Seaboard, okay?
En u getuienis in hoof, dit is nou die tyd wat julle vir u na Seaboard gebring het.
I'm dealing with the part where on your version you say you were taken to point out Makalima's house and you brought back.
Ek praat nou van die gedeelte wat u sê dat u was na Makalima se huis toe geneem om haar huisadres of haar adres uit te wis en weer teruggebring.
Okay?
Verstaan u? Understood.
Your evidence was they took me out.
U se getuienis was hulle vir my uitgehaal.
They told me that now you're going to Kelly, to Miss Smith,
U het gesê dat hulle het gesê nou gaan ek na Miss Smith toe.
and I must tell Miss Smith
Ek moet vir mevrou Smith sê
that she sent me to take Joshlin to Makalima
dat sy vir my gestuur om vir Joshlin na Makalima toe te neem
and that Makalima will give 20,000 rand.
en dat Makalima gaan 20,000 rand gee.
I did it. I did it. That is
Ek
your
het dit
evidence.
gedoen.
All right?
Verstaan u?
Jy verstaan?
Who were the persons that told you that?
Wie is die persone wat vir u dit gesê?
Hulle was twee gewees. Ek weet die een was 'n Khoza ene en die ander een was 'n colored male met die baard.
It was two. I know one was Xhosa and the other one was colored and had beard.
Who was present when this was said to you?
Die tyd wat dit gesê was, wie was daar? Wie was teenwoordig?
Is net vir hulle twee wat ek gesien het by my.
It's only the two of them that I saw by me.
Where was Fortuin? Sergeant Fortuin.
Waar was Sergeant Fortuin?
Ek het nie vir hom gesien nie.
I did not see him.
And when you got back to Seaborder, were there police officers, other officers present? Remember you initially told us there were 4 to 5 people in the room with you, then 4 to 5 with Mr. Van Ryn. Recall all that evidence?
Kyk, die tyd wat u teruggekom het, wie was daar gewees? Onthou, u het gesê daar was 4 tot 5 mense wat met u en met meneer Van Ryn. So die tyd wat u hulle teruggekom het, of die tyd wat u terugkom, hoeveel mense was daar gewees?
Het was 'n hele klomp speurders gewees,
It was a whole lot of detectives,
maar wat by my gewees het, was die twee manne.
but the ones that were by me, it was the two male.
So these are the 2 people that you say assaulted you.
So dis die twee persoon wat u sê dat hulle vir u aangeraan.
Dis korrek.
Yes, that's correct.
When you demonstrated with the baton, those 2.
En dit is die tyd wat u vir ons gewys het met die baton.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
And those 2 people, you cannot give anybody an idea of who they are, a description of them, any of their details. You're unable to do that.
En u kan nie eers daai mense uitwys nie of 'n beskrywing gee van hulle wie is daai persone nie.
Ek het soos ek nou so pas verduidelik het, is dit 'n swart man en 'n colored man met baard.
As I just explained now, that is a Xhosa man and a colored male with beard.
I'm referring to after the fact now. Now that we're in a court, now that time has passed. Up till this point, you cannot give anybody, not your lawyer, not your family, not the police, nobody, you can't give anybody details of those 2 people that assaulted you and that told you to say this.
En ek praat nou, ons is nou in die hof, u het dit in u familielede gesê nie, of in u prokureer of verduidelik, en vir enige persoon gesê, die persone wat vir u gesê het om dit te sê.
As ek hulle nou moet sien, sal ek hulle kan uitken.
If I can see them now, I'll be able to point them out.
Now when you went to Miss Smith
Die tyd wat u na mevrou Smith toe gegaan het,
and told her what they told you to say.
En vir haar gesê wat hulle vir u gesê om te sê aan haar.
Can you tell us about that? Give us the details of that.
Kan u dan vir ons sê van dit?
Vir my was net wat sê ek moet op die Kelly gaan. Dan moet ek vir Kelly sê sy het hom gestuur het nie om die kind na Makalima toe te neem. Makalima gaan vir haar 20,000 rand gee.
For me, I was told that I must go to Kelly and tell her that she's the one that saved me and told me that I must take the child to Makalima and Makalima will give her 20,000 rand.
And you, on your evidence, you say after you did this, you were then put in the motor vehicles, correct?
U sê dat nadat u dit gedoen het, u was in die voertuig gesit.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So when you heard the evidence of Captain Lombard and Brigadier Hanana, they both testified that you were brought down to the FCS or brought to the FCS section and you had an engagement with Kelly. That's correct. That's where that was said, correct?
Maar Brigadier Hanana getuig het en kaptein Lombard getuig het dat u was gebring, u was na die gebring van FCS daartoe gebring en u was daar. Dit is correct waar Kelly was.
Kelly was daar by die onderste gebouw.
Yes, Kelly was there at the lower building.
Right, and if we follow the sequence, it was after you've come back now on your version from Makalima.
As het nou volgt, dat is die tijd wat u teruggekom het van Makalima af.
These two unknown figures tell you what to say to Ms. Smith.
Die twee onbekende persone sê vir u wat om te sê aan mevrou Smith.
And you do it.
En u het gedoen.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And thereafter you put into motor vehicles, correct?
Nadat u was in 'n voertuig gesit.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So why wasn't that version that you've just told us put to Brigadier Hanana and Captain Lombard?
Nou wat nou u nou net gesê het nie, hoekom was dit nie aan Brigadier Hanana en Kaptein Lombard gesê, die tyd wat hulle getuig het?
They were there.
Dat was my instructies gewees.
Those were my instructions.
So you told your legal representative, listen, you need to tell Brigadier Hanana, this is what the officers told me to tell Mrs. Smith. He was there.
So, u probeer gesê dat, luister, dit was gesê aan my en ek moet dit sê vir mevrou Smith en Brigadier Hanana was daar gewees.
Ek het dit van my lawyer.
I did mention that to my lawyer.
And you also told your legal representatives when Captain Lombard testified, listen, Lombard was also there.
En luister, u het ook dit aan u prokureur gesê dat, luister, meneer kaptein Lombard was ook teenwoordig, hy was daar ook.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So to both these state witnesses that were present when you were supposed to say this to Ms. Smith, you told your lawyer to put this instruction to them.
So beide van hierdie staatsgetuie nie, hulle was teenwoordig en jy het vir jou lawyer gesê dit is wat plaasgevind het terwyl hulle daar was.
Ms. Sedderman, can you just pause for a moment? I'm thinking I've just signed the order for the witness. Do you have somebody that will assist with fetching the witness when the time arrives?
The investigating officer is here. My lord, if I may turn my back.
Yeah, I'm just a bit concerned that it's a defense witness. Mr. Lombard was a witness in the matter as the investigating officer. I take it you will be another hour or so?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
So what we might arrange is that for one of the other police officers to do that. Mr. Harmsadi, you maybe have a telephone number for the facility where the witness is.
I do that.
Can you give that to my registrar? Then we can maybe give them the heads up to say that once we need the witness, somebody will fetch the witness.
I will indeed do that.
So just give the number to Ms. Naidu Cheki and then we can make the arrangements. I don't want the witness to be fetched from work to sit around here. If the witness can come on her own and they can relieve her and she can come on her own, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll arrange for somebody to fetch her. But if you give that to her now, then we can make that arrangement in the meantime.
I will do that. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you.
My Lord, I've been advised by the investigating officer that there's a uniformed member from POPs that is able to assist, so the document will be sent through.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, Warrant. I saw Warrant Officer coming forward from POPs. Just so that there's no delay when we get to that point.
Certainly, my Lord.
And it's literally 3 minutes away. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Mr. Apollos, do you understand what I've said to you?
Meneer Apollos, het u nou verstaan wat ek vir u gesê het?
Ja, maar kan hier ook weer herhalen?
No problem.
Can you please repeat that?
No problem. This is your evidence as I've read it to you.
Dit is u se getuienis soos ek dit aan u gelees het.
And what I've put to you is that there were two witnesses, Brigadier Hanana and Captain Lombard, that testified when you were brought to the FCS. They've given their version of what happened between you and Ms. Smith. And with me?
U moet verstaan wat die aanklaer verduidelik. Die aanklaer verduidelik dat twee staatsgetuie en kom getuig wat het plaasgevind het daar, nee? En u was die woner en u het ook saam met u prokureur gepraat. Verstaan u?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Again, my question is, why was that not put to these two witnesses when they testified?
Weer eens wat ek aan u vra is dit, hoekom was dit nie aan die getuie, die beide staatsgetuie gesê nie, dit is wat my kliënt sê, dit is dit plaasgevind. Hoekom wat dit nie in beide van die twee getuie gesê nie?
Daai tyd toe ek na Kiali toe geneem was,
The time that I was taken to Kelly,
het ek vir Captain Lombard gesien aan die over Brigadier Hanana nie.
I did not see Captain Lombard or Brigadier Hanana.
So who was with Ms. Smith?
So wie was met mevrou Smith?
Daar was nog vrouwenlede wat ek ken nie.
There were other female members that I don't know.
But that happened at the FCS section, correct?
Maar dit gebeur by die FCS afdeling.
That's correct. Ja.
That's correct.
The fact that you didn't see Captain Lombard or Brigadier Hanana, we will argue is highly improbable.
Die feit dat u sê dat ek vir Brigadier Hanana gesien het en Captain Lombard, dit hoog onwaarskynlik.
But I'm not finished. Let's for argument's sake say you didn't see them.
Dat
Okay?
is nou sê miskien u het nou nie vir hulle gesien nie.
But you had two witnesses that testified about what transpired when you were brought there. They gave their account of what happened. You listened to this evidence.
En daar was twee staatsgetuie of getuie wat getuig het wat plaasgevind het die tyd wat u daar gebring was.
With me?
Is u saam met my?
That's reg.
That's correct.
Now, when you heard that evidence,
En die tyd wat u daai getuienis gehoor het,
why didn't you alert your legal representative? Stop. This is what happened. It's not what they're saying, it's what I'm saying.
nou hoekom het u nie u prokureur geroep om te sê nee, dit wat nie plaasgevind het nie, dit is wat gebeur het.
Dat is wat gebeur het, ja.
That's what took place.
Mr. Apollos,
En ek,
I hear you. That's what you say happened.
Ek hoor van meneer Apollos, dit is
But I
wat gebeur het.
I want you to understand the question.
Ek wil u moet die vraag verstaan, meneer.
You heard Captain Lombard and Brigadier Hanana explain what they say happened there.
U het gehoor die tyd wat Brigadier Hanana en Captain Lombard verduidelik wat het gebeur daar.
is correct.
That's correct.
Now, you have a version that you say happened, that you had to go to Ms. Smith, to Kelly, and tell her certain things, because the police told you to do that.
U het nou 'n weergawe nee waar u sê dat u was geneem tot by mevrou Smith en u was gesê wat om te sê aan haar.
That's correct, ja.
That's correct, yes.
Now, you would have heard that what you telling us happened, that was never put to Brigadier Hanana and Captain Lombard.
So u het gehoor wat u vir ons verduidelik wat plaasgevind het. Dit was nie gesê nie aan Brigadier Anane en Kaptein Lombard.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
Now the same applies what I explained to you earlier.
So nou, dit is dieselfde goed wat ek nou vir u vroeër verduidelik het.
Do you know why, if you told your legal representative, Mr. Haramse, this wasn't challenged and put to them? That's the question of the prosecutor.
Die aanklaer se vraag is, weet u dan as u dan vir u prokureur verduidelik of gesê het, hoekom was dit nie aan die twee getuie gesê nie, Brigadier Anane en Kaptein Lombard, meneer?
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord?
But do you know why not?
Weet u hoekom? U sê mos nou iets het gebeur nie, van u se kant af, wat u waargeneem het, wat u gesê nie, en dan die twee stadsgetuie kom getuig, hulle sê dit is wat gebeur het. U sê dat u eie probeer verduidelik wat het gebeur. So nou, so die hof en die stadsaanklaer verduidelik het, vraag dit, hoekom, as u dan vir u probeer gesê het, hoekom was dit nie aan die twee se gesê, op sy nie, my kliënt gaan sê, kom getuig, en meneer Brigadier Anane, my kliënt sal so kom sê, en meneer Kaptein Lombard, my kliënt sal kom sê in die hof.
Ek het ook hier my lawyer gesê, so ek het dit, toe ek het gepraat van my memory af.
My lord, I did not tell my lawyer that, but I just said it from my memory.
No. Hold on, Mr. Paulus. You saying that this bit you never told your legal representative?
Meneer Apollos sê u dit, die wat u nog gesê was nou nie, u het dit aan u prokureur gesê nie.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct.
Why not?
Hoekom nie?
Want ek het dit later onthou.
Because I remembered that later on.
Is this the same story as when you remembered, only when Ms. Mkabai put instructions about the time, that's when it dawned on you. It couldn't have been lunchtime, it's now 4 to 5. Is it one of those scenarios?
As nou dieselfde soos die tyd mevrou Mkabai gevra tot u het om te sê, nee, dit is die etenstydse tyd nie, dit was 4 tot 5 uur se kant, is dit nou dieselfde ding?
Nie presies dieselfde nie.
Not precisely the same.
The point is this, Mr. Paulus. When instructions were put to state witnesses, that is not what was put.
Die punt is dat, meneer Apollos, die tyd was die staatsgetuie op die getuig het, dit was nie aan die getuig gesê nie.
Now you're telling us that this particular aspect, you've never told your legal representative.
Nou, u sê vir ons dat hierdie spesifieke punt of hierdie spesifieke ding was nie aan u prokureur gesê nie.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct.
But Mr. Apollos, why?
Hoekom nie, meneer Apollos?
Ek kon dit daai tyd onthou het hier.
I couldn't remember it at that point.
You've been sitting and listening to evidence by the state for over a month. Several witnesses have been called.
Ek het daar gesit, vir omtrent 'n maand, die tyd was die stadsgetuie kom getuig het in die hof in hierdie saak.
State witnesses were subjected to days of cross-examination.
Die getuie was 'n vraag gevra vir dae.
With me?
That's correct.
That's correct.
You've heard the evidence.
Jy het die getuie gehoor.
Why didn't you at any point say to your legal representatives, I need to tell you something. This is what happened.
Hoekom het jy dan nie op enige tyd, op enige punt op gesê nie?
Ek het dit nie daai tyd onthou.
Mr. Paulus, this part of the case, you're aware it's all about the statement that you made eventually to Colonel Pretorius.
Meneer Apollos, die hele gedeelte van hierdie punt nou, dit is oor die verklaring die aan meneer Pretorius gegee het.
Are you with me?
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
And the only part in that statement that you've indicated to us did not come from you was in fact this part about Makalima.
En die enigste gedeelte wat nie van u afkom nie in daardie verklaring is hy gepaard op daai gedeelte van mevrou Makalima.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
So it's the most important part of this inquiry.
En nou dit is die belangrikste part van hierdie navraag.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you maybe explain to me why you would not remember the only thing what it is about?
Kan u dan vir my of vir die hof, kan u dan vir ons verduidelik hoekom daai eerste paar wat kan nie dit nie onthou nie? Die een wat so belangrik is. En ag meneer.
Ek het net gedoen wat van my gevra was, ja.
I just did what I was told, my lord.
I don't want there to be any misunderstanding.
Ek wil nie dan moet 'n misverstand wees nie.
You will recall that when we worked through, and I'm sure the state advocate is going to get there hopefully sooner than later. We worked through what you told Colonel Pretorius.
U kan onthou dat ons gewerk het wat u vir Colonel Pretorius gesê het.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
And Mr. Harmse read it out to you,
En meneer Harms het dit aan u uitgelees,
sentence by sentence.
sin vir sin.
That's correct, yeah.
Can you recall?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's reg, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
I then said I'm going to highlight with a yellow highlighter the portions that you say came from the police.
En ek het dan ook gesê dat ek gaan highlight die goed wat u sê het van die polisie afgekom.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you will also recall that when Mr. Harmse started leading your evidence,
En u sal kan ook onthou die tyd wat meneer Harms vir u gelei het in getuienis.
he requested me to lead your evidence by himself speaking in Afrikaans.
En ek het ook gevra dat kan hy net vir u die getuienis vra of die vraag vra in Afrikaans.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
Which I allowed because I knew that's how you consulted and it would be easier for you to follow.
Want ek het dit toegelaat, want die rede daarvoor dit is hoe julle met mekaar konsulteer het en u sal so beter volg.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you will remember that the portions I highlighted were Kelly telling you to take Joshlin to Makalima and that Makalima will give her 20,000 rand. I'm shortening it because it's at two different sections in the exhibit. You recall that?
En u kan u onthou dat die gedeelte wat gehighlight was dat u was gesê u moet na Makalima toe gaan. Makalima het Kelly het gesê julle moet vir die kind na Makalima toe neem en Makalima gaan vir julle 20,000 rand gee. En ek het dit nou ook kort gemaak want dit is toe gedeelte.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
Because, as you know, when we go into the trial within a trial, it has two components. The one is whether you gave that information voluntarily, without any pressure or the assaults and the tortures, etc. That's one part.
En die een gedeelte van hierdie verhoor binne voor om te kyk, het u hierdie ding van self gesê, u was nie onder druk gewees of u was nie geforseer nie of ingerand nie.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
And the very important part is what you told Pretorius that the other two people told you to tell him.
En die En die belangrike ding is dat wat u van meneer Colonel Pretorius gesê het, wat die ander twee mense vir u gesê het wat om te sê.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
No, it's exactly this part.
Dit is nou presies daardie punt.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
Now I'm going to repeat the question that the prosecutor was going on, and I tried to explain it earlier.
Ek gaan weer die vraag vra want die aanklaer het aangegaan want ek het dit soos ek vroeër verduidelik het of gesê het.
If we accept that that's the real issue that we're dealing with here in this trial within a trial,
Laat ons nou aanvaar dit is die ding wat gebeur het wat ons nou hier praat oor in die verhoor binne verhoor.
how could you not remember that to point it out to your legal representative?
Hoe kan u dan nou nie onthou nie om dat aan u prokureur verduidelik of sê?
Do you understand my concern?
Verstaan u?
Ek verstaan jy daar.
I understand, my lord.
Do you have any reason that you can tell me as to why you would have forgotten about it or not remembered it at the time?
Kan u dan vir ons as daar 'n verduideliking wat kan u vir ons gee nee hoekom het dit nie vir u probeer daai tyd gesien of u kon dit nie onthou nie?
Ek het nie verduideliking hier.
I don't have an explanation, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Harriman.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Paulus, this is a very serious matter.
Meneer Paulus, dit is 'n baie ernstige saak.
It has consequences for yourself,
Dit het nagevolge vir u
and we are dealing with a child that remains missing.
en ons praat hier van 'n kind wat nog steeds missing is.
Do you understand the gravity of the situation?
Verstaan die ernstigheid van dit?
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct.
Did you ever utter the words to anyone, ek wil my hart skoon maak?
Het u ooit gesê aan iemand gesê dat u wil u haar skoon maak?
Nee, wat ek kan nou.
Not that I can remember.
In English, it's I want to come clean. I want to clear the slate. I want to make my heart light. Isn't that right?
In Engels dit beteken dat u wil net alles praat, u wil u hart skoon maak.
You know what it means, right?
U weet wat beteken dit.
Ek verstaan.
I understand.
Now I want to refer you to your warning statement.
Nou ek wil vir u vat na u se waarskuwingsverklaring.
My Lord, Exhibit double M. These are questions that were put to you by Sergeant Fortuin.
Dit is 'n vraag wat u aan u gesê het deur Sergeant Fortuin.
I'm going to read to you the question and the answer.
Ek gaan dit aan u lees, die vraag en die antwoord.
And I'll do my best with the Afrikaans, Ms. Palani. Court will bear with us. On page 6 of this document,
Op bladsy 6 van hierdie dokument.
7.
I just want to go to before that, my lord.
yeah.
Sorry.
Because the
I know where I've said.
part is on 7.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was going to get there, my lord.
It's Exhibit double M for the record.
On page 6, Ms. Palani. So the first question Sergeant Fortuin asks you is, wil jy 'n verklaring aflê?
The first question asked by Sergeant Fortuin is asking, do you want to make a statement?
And just for your benefit, this was on the 6th of March. It was after the confession was taken. This was the warning statement, okay?
En dit was op die 6de, dit was op die 6de gewees, dit was nadat u dat die bekentenis gemaak het.
And your response, because he's written his name, the document can be shown to you. I'm sure you've seen this because it was furnished to your legal representatives as further particulars.
Ek is seker u het hierdie dokument gesien want u prokureur of verdediging het hierdie dokument en u se naam is daar geskryf.
All right, so he's got his name and then he's got your name. And the answer to the first question was, ek het reeds 'n confession gemaak.
Hier, dit is Sergeant Fortuin se naam en hieronder wat u sê antwoord, ek het al reeds 'n confession gemaak, already made a confession.
So Sergeant Fortuin asks you, wil jy iets verder sê aangaande die verdwyning van Joshlin?
And Sergeant Fortuin asks that, do you want to say anything further regarding the disappearance of Joshlin?
With me so far, Mr. Apollos?
Is u saam met my sover, meneer Apollos?
That's correct.
That's correct.
This is the questions and answer as Sergeant Fortuin had noted down in your warning statement, correct so?
Is dit so dat Sergeant Fortuin het vraag gevra, u het geantwoord, vraag gevra en u het geantwoord. Dit is wat in u se waarskuwingsverklaring.
That's correct.
That's correct.
In fact, we even see your signature throughout this document as the question and answers progress,
En
correct?
ook selfs op die dokument, soos u 'n vraag gevra word, u het aantekenings daar. Is dit korrek so?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And your answer to that question was, ek het reeds alles vertel.
And your answer to that, I've already said everything.
Then Sergeant Fortuin asks you, die vrou by wie julle Joshlin gelos het, naamlik Makalima, hoe ken jy haar?
And Sergeant Fortuin, the person that you took Joshlin to or you left Joshlin with, Makalima, namely Makalima, how do you know her?
Correct?
Is it correct so?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And then you answered him. You said, sy is my friend Ayanda se sister,
And you answered by saying that she's my friend Ayanda's sister.
en sy is betrokke met Muti,
And she's involved with Muti,
met die Sangoma by die
Pinkhok.
Pinkhok in Middelpost.
Pinkhok.
Pink. I tried, my lord.
She's involved with the Sangoma by the Pink Shack in Middelpost.
That was your answer.
Dit was iets antwoord gewees. Deze antwoord.
I see the witness is looking at the document.
Die aanklaer lees dit in Afrikaans nee, en ek vat dit na Engels toe.
Can you see it on the document?
Kan
Ek kan het sien, ja.
I can see that, yes.
That's what you said?
Is dit wat u gesê het?
Nee, alleen wat ek dat ek kan onthou nie.
No, not that I can remember.
You see, why wasn't this put to Sergeant Fortuin when he testified?
Nou, hoekom word dit nie dit gesê nie aan Sergeant Fortuin die tyd wat hy getuig het?
Nee, dis nie wat ek kan onthou dat ek vir hom gesê het hier.
No, that's not what I can remember. I told him that.
You see, Mr. Apollos, like this honorable court has painstakingly explained to you, every time I've asked you a question, I'm going to do the same now.
Sien meneer Apollos, soos die hof voorin vir u verduidelik het, en elke tyd as ek vir u 'n vraag vra, ek gaan nou dieselfde doen.
These documents were furnished to your legal representative.
Hierdie dokumente, of die dokument, u prokureur het die dokumente,
They would have consulted with you about it.
hulle het saam met u gepraat oor dit,
In fact, it's a document that was adduced by the defense.
en dit is die dokument eintlik, of hierdie dokument was die prokureur het gegee,
You with me so far?
as u saam met my sover,
Just a moment. Just so that, the statement put to the witness come through properly. In the trial within a trial, this document, Exhibit MM, was handed up by the defense,
sien meneer
not by the state.
Sien meneer, hierdie dokument nie, wat is nou dit is u se waarskuwingsverklaring. En die verhoor binne verhoor, u prokureur het dit aangehandig, nie die staat nie.
That's correct, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
I'll just explain to you. It was handed up for the purpose of the injuries.
En dit was ingehandig vir die rede vir die beserings.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
But the document is what it is.
En maar die dokument dit is wat dit is.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Ek verstaan dit, ja.
I understand, my lord.
Now, the prosecutor asks you,
Nou die aanklaer vra vir u,
why was this not said to Fortuin then? But he never said that to you. You wrote it out of your own in the document.
maar nou die staat vra wat nie geskryf is. Hoekom het u prokureur nie vir Fortuin gesê nie, nee meneer, wat nie geskryf is my kliënt het nie gesê nie, u dit self geskryf.
The witness reads the
Dis
Afrikaans.
die eerste keer wat ek nou hier deur die docket gaan weer.
My lord, it's the first time that I'm going through this document now.
Are you telling me that you never told Fortuin that?
Sê u vir my dat u het nooit vir Fortuin dit gesê nie.
We're talking about the, sy is my vriend Ayanda se suster en sy is betrokke. That sentence.
Ek het dis nie my woorde nie raak.
That's not how I remember it, my lord.
No, it's not his words.
So can I just ask the witness to repeat,
Ja,
my
just-
lord? Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Dis nie my woorde nie raak.
Those are not my words, my
Want sy
lord.
is nie my vriend nie.
She's not my friend.
No. But daar staan, what's written there, did you say that to Sergeant Fortuin?
Die wat hier staan, meneer, het ieder vir Sergeant Fortuin gesê.
Nee, raak.
No, my lord.
So dit wat hier staan, what's written here, it's just a made up story by him.
So wat hier staan, dit is maar net opgemaakte storie.
Maar soos ek kan onthou is dit nie wat ek hom was, hoe ek vaak hier nie raak.
Now just
As I
listen,
remember, my lord, that's not how I explain it, how I know her.
just listen to the question and I'll explain to you why I put it in that way.
Luister meneer, en ek gaan vir u verduidelik hoekom stel ek so, die hoe sover het dit in Engels en Afrikaans gesê, meneer.
Remember when we were dealing earlier this morning with the injuries?
Kan u onthou vanoggend wat ons begin het, die tyd wat ons gepraat het oor die beserings?
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
You told me it was just a made up story.
U het vir my gesê dit was 'n opgemaakte storie.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
So now I'm asking you, Fortuin, you never told Fortuin this, so this is just a made up story by Fortuin.
So u het nie vir Fortuin dit gesê nie, soos Fortuin het dit is 'n opgemaakte storie van Fortuin.
Ek neem so aan julle ook, want hoe ek vir Makalima ken, ek het gehoor sy is sy hande se suster, maar sy is ene wat goedere inkoop by mense soos items en so aan.
I'll say so, my lord, but as I know, I don't know her as Ayanda's sister, my lord. I know her as a person that buys a lot of things from people.
Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Apollos, because the next question is, so dink jy daar is 'n moontlikheid dat Makalima vir Joshlin wou gebruik het vir Muti?
So the following question is, do you think that the possibility is that Makalima want to use Joshlin for Muti?
And your response is, ek weet nie meneer, maar daar is 'n moontlikheid.
Answer, I don't know, sir, but there is a possibility.
I'm going to complete this and then I'm going to take you to the part of your confession where you say she buys stuff, okay? Because that's what you've just explained to the court, okay?
Ek gaan vir u vat na u se bekentenis waar u nou gesê het sy koop baie goed van mense af.
So Sergeant Fortuin
But you
asked...
didn't give him an opportunity
Oh, sorry, my lord.
to answer the question whether he told Sergeant Fortuin that there was that possibility.
Did you hear the what was documented in the statement? You've heard me put it to you?
Het u gehoor wat hier geskryf is in die dokument wat ek vir u uitgelees het?
Dis korrek, ja.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
What do you want to say about that? Is that something you told Fortuin, or is that something Fortuin made up?
Wat wil u sê, is dit wat u vir Fortuin gesê het, of is dit wat iets wat Fortuin opgemaak het?
Dat kan moontlik is dat ek hom gesê het.
It's possible that I told him that.
So, if I understand your answers to the Honourable Court for the previous question, your only dispute is how you know Makalima. Is that correct?
Soos as ek vir u hoor wat u in die hof gesê het, die enigste ding wat u 'n probleem het daarmee is hoe u vir Makalima ken.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct.
The only issue you have is, say, is my friend Ayanda's sister.
Die enigste probleem wat u het is sê is my friend Ayanda's sister. The only problem that you have is that she's my friend Ayanda's sister.
Dis 'n probleem, ja.
That is a problem.
The rest of it is correct.
Die res van dit is reg.
En die een vraag en die een antwoord, ja.
This question and the one answer.
That's the only thing you have an issue with.
Dit is die enigste ding wat u 'n probleem het met daarmee.
Wat verkeerd is hier?
Which is wrong.
So I'm going to finish the rest of it, okay? And then I'll come back to that.
So ek gaan nou alles klaar maak, nee, dan kom ek terug na dit.
The next question is by Sergeant Fortuin. Jy verstaan dat wat jy vir my sê teen jou in die hof gebruik kan word.
Do you understand what you're explaining to me, what you're saying to me can be used against you in court?
Ek verstaan.
I understand.
Your response to that, Mr. Paulus, was, ja, ek verstaan meneer, maar ek wil my hart skoon maak.
And your answer was, yes, I understand, sir, and I want to come clean.
Nee, hoe ek het kan onthou nie, ja.
Not how I can remember it.
How do you remember it?
Hoe onthou u dit dan?
Ek kan gesê het, ja meneer.
I said, yes, sir.
So, Sergeant Fortuin added this bit about ek wil my hart skoon maak.
So Sergeant Fortuin added this part whereby I want to come clean.
Jy moet net eet dit, ja.
He's supposed to have added.
Why didn't you tell, or why wasn't the instruction put to Sergeant Fortuin when he testified? This part was made up by him. You didn't say that.
Nou die gedeelte, nee, hoekom was dit nie aan Sergeant Fortuin gesê nie? Nee meneer, hierdie gedeelte, jy het dit bygevoeg, my kliënt het net ja meneer gesê.
Ek het nog nie met my lawyer deur die dokument gegaan nie.
I haven't gone through the document with my lawyer.
Mr. Paulus, I'm going to take you back and give you a bit of context.
Ek gaan net vir meneer Apollos bietjie terugvat, net om vir u 'n prentjie te gee.
So from the evening of the 4th,
Van die aand van 4de Maart maand,
you say you were assaulted, you were tortured,
u sê dat u was aangeraan, u was gemartel
and you were scared.
en u was bang.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
On the 7th of March,
Op die 7de van Maart maand,
you were taken to the court in Vredenburg,
u was geneem by die hof in Vredenburg.
Dis korrek, ja.
and
That's correct.
Mr. Fortuin was also there.
Meneer Fortuin was ook daar.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
You were scared still.
U was nog steeds bang.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
So you were singing to their tune because you were scared. That's how I understood your evidence on Friday.
Can you please repeat that, my lord?
You were still singing to their tune because you were scared. Up until the first appearance in court.
Toe by die eerste verskyning in die hof, u was nog steeds bang, want u het gegaan wat hulle vir u gesê het.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
And that's one of the reasons you gave me that you didn't tell your attorney of the assault on the 7th.
So dis een van die redes wat u nie u prokureur gesê nie van die aanrandings op die 7de van Maart maand.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
So now I'm going to ask you, is it possible that on the 6th, when Fortuin interviewed you, that you told him this just to play along because you were scared?
Is dit moontlik dat op die 6de van Maart maand nee, u het vir meneer Fortuin of Sergeant Fortuin dit gesê het, net om aan te gaan want u was nog steeds bang?
Dat kan moontlik is, maar
It's possible, my lord.
So, I'm going to repeat the question.
Ek gaan weer die vraag herhaal.
Do I then understand you? It's possible that he didn't make this up, but you told him this because he was still scared because of the torture of the 4th, and it was still ongoing until you reached correctional services.
Ek gaan dit weer herhaal, is dit moontlik dat het net voorgegaan en by die storie gebly, die rede daarvoor, want was nog steeds bang tot by dat by die korrektiewe diens gekom het.
dat kan moontlik wees, Ida.
Can be possible, my lord.
You may proceed.
That still doesn't help you, Mr. Apollos,
Dat help nog steeds nie vir u, meneer Apollos,
because this was not put to Fortuin.
want dit was nie aan Fortuin gesê nie.
Ek verstaan, Ida.
Understand?
Do you have an explanation for why it was not put to Fortuin?
Kan u dan vir ons sê of dit duidelik hoekom was dit so dit so gebeur het?
Dan het ek die instructions aan my lawyer gegee dan nie.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Dan het ek nie die instructions gegee van my lawyer daai selfde tyd nie.
Then I did not give the instructions to my attorney at the same time or at that moment.
Why not?
Hoekom nie?
As 'n bietjie die mekaar vir my om alles in plek net so te onthou.
It's a bit confusing for me, my lord, to remember everything.
You see, Mr. Apollos, that's the problem when you are not being honest and truthful.
Sien meneer Apollos, dit is die uitkoms van dit as u nie eerlik is nie.
Because
En die waarheid
the truth never changes.
want die waarheid verander nie.
The only time confusion sets in is when you're trying to remember stuff that isn't quite correct.
Die enigste tyd waar 'n persoon die mekaar word is wanneer u probeer om goed te onthou wat nie plaasgevind het nie.
You would?
Is u saam met my?
Dat is nie korrek, Ida.
That's not correct.
So what is it then?
So wat is dit dan, meneer?
Ida, ek was aangegaan, Ida.
I was assaulted.
What is making you confused, Mr. Apollos? No one's assaulting you here.
Wat maak dan vir meneer Apollos met die mekaar want niemand ran vir u iets aan nie.
We're asking you questions.
Ons vra net vir u vrae.
Ida, ek verstaan, Ida.
Understand?
This honorable court is going into great lengths to make sure you understand what's happening.
Hierdie hof gaan so diep in vir u verduidelik goed sodat u kan verstaan. Die hof maak dit goed makliker vir u.
So why are you confused?
Dan hoekom is u die mekaar?
Kan u die vraag weer vra asseblief?
Can you please repeat the question?
Why, if you saying these question and answers as they appear in this document is not what happened, in fact, whether it is you made it up to Fortuin or whether it is you do not recall this happening, irrespective of whatever the reason is, why was that not put to the state witness when he testified?
Hoekom was hierdie goed wat
Just one moment. He already said, but he didn't give the instructions to his legal representative.
But he asked me to repeat, my lord, I'm simply...
No, so he already answered that question. Yeah, you can move on.
Thank you, my lord. I'll just...
Because you're going to exhibit KK.
Yes.
On that same point
Yes.
about hartskoonmaak. And it's at page 11 of 26 of exhibit KK, put in a different way. I want to go there so that we wrap up that point. Don't want to go back and forth.
Certainly, my lord, but I actually want, before I go there, I actually wanted the witness to be referred to the aspect of Makalima. This is where he actually said that she buys this stuff.
No, you're going to get there.
Okay.
Because remember that, I think it starts on 16. Let me clarify it.
Certainly.
Mr. Apollos, now I'm going to explain to you again why I took you back to the 4th through to the 7th.
Ek gaan weer vir meneer Apollos verduidelik hoekom ek vir u teruggevat na die 4de tot by die 7de.
And why I asked you whether it's possible that you told Fortuin as it was written there.
En hoekom is dit vir u gevra, hoekom is dit moontlik dat miskien u dit vir meneer Fortuin gesê soos geskryf is?
Ek verstaan nie dat.
I understand, my lord.
Because you will recall that all of us watched the video with Colonel Pretorius together.
U kan onthou dat almal van ons het die video gekyk in die teenwoordigheid van Colonel Pretorius.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
And in fact, I watched it again yesterday.
En ek het dit weer eens gister gekyk.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
In a much better format.
En 'n meer beter format.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
Because I was at the office in Cape Town and I had them load extra software on my laptop.
Want ek was gister by die hoofkantoor, so ek het my skoolrekenaar opgekikker.
Dis korrek, ja.
Understand, my lord?
So both you and I saw yourself on that video.
Van dit wat u self gesien het op die video.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
And you told us that you played along with Colonel Pretorius
En u het vir ons gesê u het aangegaan of saam gespeel met Colonel Pretorius,
because you were scared
want u was bang.
Dis korrek, ja.
of
That's correct, my lord.
what happened the previous evening.
En wat die vorige aand gebeur het.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
And you told me on Friday because you didn't want to go through that torture again.
En u het gesê u wil nie deur dieselfde ding deurgegaan het. Dit is wat u vir ons gesê het
Dis
Vrydag.
korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
So you told him when he asked you whether you made a statement
Ek was gevra
to anybody about this.
u was gevra het u 'n verklaring gemaak by enige persoon oor dit.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
Then he asked you, but why do you want to repeat it? Because you said, I made it to 2 other people last night.
En hy het vir u gevra hoekom wil u dit weer sê, want u het gesê dit vorige aand gesê aan ander 2 persone.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you recall what you told him on the video?
Kan u onthou wat u vir hom gesê het op die video?
As dit iets so is dat ek die waarheid wil praat, so
It's something like I must tell the truth. Want to tell the truth?
Does it sound familiar to what you would have told Fortuin?
Klink dit erken dit u soos dat was u aan Fortuin gesê het?
Hart skoonmaak,
To come
om die
clean.
waarheid te praat.
Want to tell the truth.
dit kan wees, ja, maar
Can be, my lord.
Can you now understand why I asked you about the possibilities?
Kan u nou verstaan hoekom het ek vir u gevra van die moontlikheid?
ek verstaan nie, ja, maar
Understand?
Thank you, Ms. Adam.
Thank
Now
you,
you
ma'am.
can move to the content. I just wanted to get that out of the way so that I've got clarity on the issue.
Certainly, my lord. Mr. Pollis, when you were asked, remember we even saw it on the video, you were sitting very close by Colonel Pretorius. Recall that?
dis korrek.
U kan nou ons het op die video gesien en u het baie naby gesit aan Colonel Pretorius.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
This was after he asked you to show your injuries so that the videographer captured it, okay?
Dit was nadat hy vir u gevra het u beserings uitwys en die videograaf het dit geneem.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
And you pointed out your feet and
Jy het
you
u voete
pointed
gewys
and your eye, correct?
en u oog
In my knie, ja.
en my knee.
You didn't show any injuries on your arms.
U het die beserings gewys op u arms nie.
Nee,
No, I did not, my lord.
There were no injuries on your arms.
Daar was nie beserings op u arms nie.
Daar was beserings op my hande was hier gewees.
There were injuries on my lord. The witness shows there were injuries on my arm.
It shows
on my hand.
the dorsal part of the right hand, as the interpreter also indicates. And one of those shots were highlighted by Mr. Harms. Mr. Harms, as the video was playing, he asked us to pause, if you recall,
Yes.
to point us to it.
Confirm that, my
Thank
lord.
you.
Why didn't you show Colonel Pretorius that injury to your arm?
Hoekom het u nie
The hand.
The hand.
The hand.
Sorry, the hand. This
Hoekom
one.
het u nie die Colonel Pretorius daardie beserings gewys op u hand?
Ek het dit nie daai tyd besef dat my hand hier is nie.
I did not notice at that time that my hand is injured.
In fact, we saw you through the video. You were sitting with your arms on the table.
Want ons het ook vir u op die video gesien, u het met u arms op die tafel gesit.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct.
And you leaned in and watched as Colonel Pretorius was writing.
En u het ook ingegaan en gekyk soos die tyd wat Colonel Pretorius geskryf het.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct.
And we've seen on the video. Are you okay?
Is
There's
he
water
okay?
there, Mr.
There's water
Wallace.
there.
Better?
Is he better? Yes.
We've
If it's okay with you, when it's convenient, we'll take a short break. Otherwise, we'll go on till about 11:30 and then take the break. But if at a convenient space, maybe after the injuries, we take a short break,
certainly.
because then you're going to page 16,
Yes.
and that will most probably wrap up the cross-examination.
Correct, my lord. You see, you're not the only one put under pressure, Mr. Paulus. Even the prosecutors are put under
Sien meneer
pressure.
Apollos, jy is nie die enigste persoon wat onder druk is nie. Die staatsaanklaer is ook onder druk.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, yes.
Now, when you told Colonel Pretorius about these injuries, when he asked you about them, it was videographed, you confirmed it was video. With me there?
Die tyd wat u vir Colonel Pretorius gesê het van die beserings, dit was ook op 'n video opgeneem.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct.
And you remember on Friday we asked you, why involve the police?
En u kan onthou dat hoekom betrek u die polisie?
Dis korrek, ja.
Yes.
Why did you involve the police in your confession document
Nou,
about
is-
your injuries?
Nou in u se bekentenis, hoekom het u dan die polisie betrek in u se in u se beserings?
Soos ek voorheen gesê het, dis al wat ek kan aan dink het.
As I said previously, that's the only thing that I could thought of.
The very same police that you feared.
Dieselfde polisiebeamptes wat jy voor bang gevrees het.
Nie dieselfde polisie nie, maar
The police.
Maar not the same police, but
The police, correct?
maar hulle is polisiebeamptes.
en ek het dit so gestel amper so dat ek het op my eie die beserings opgedoen het.
I took it upon myself to say that I could have used on my own.
Now, in fairness to you, this is what's going to be argued. If you were so fearful of the police, why would you make mention of them? Weren't you afraid they would go back and tell their colleagues, listen, he's actually said that you guys are responsible because he sustained those injuries in your care?
As u dan so bang gewees het of so gevrees het vir die polisie, hoekom het u dan nie vir hulle betrek op in hierdie ding gebring of hulle sê dit is wat gebeur het? Was u nie bang nie dat hulle gaan weer terug gaan na hulle kollegas toe om te sê luister, hy sê dat hy hierdie beserings opgedoen deur julle of deur julle, ja.
Ek was bang gewees, maar dis al wat ek aan aangedink het daai oomblik.
I was scared, but that's the only thing that I could think of.
But those were lies.
Maar dit was leuns geweest.
Dis korrek so.
That's correct.
You yourself said in your evidence in chief
U het
that was
self
not
gesê,
correct.
u het self gesê in getuienis in hoof dit was nie korrek nie.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, yes.
My lord, before I move on, Perhaps this would be a convenient time.
Let's take the 11 minutes till 11:30. Do you want slightly longer, 15 minutes? Let's make it till 25 too. So it's about a quarter of an hour. Slightly, 20 minutes, then we'll move on. And we'll most probably wrap up by looking at the time, 12:15, round about there, 12:30, so that we can get the other witness here. If the witness works till 2 o'clock.
That's correct, my lord. I think the only reason for that is that until then she'll be at work and not at home.
Because I'm going to take a shorter lunch today. Remember, we lost time this morning.
Yes.
Because not that we lost time, because the High Court normally starts at 10, but we lost time in my book. So that we start planning so that they can alert the witness that either the witness comes on her own, say by about 12:30, or somebody must fetch her at that time. Good. Thank you. 25
All right.
too.
Thank you. Mr. Paulus,
Meneer Paulus,
I'm now going to deal with the confession document.
tans handel ek in bekentenisdokument.
You recall we were talking about the injuries that were noted by Colonel Pretorius earlier. I'm now moving on from that, okay?
Dis goed.
Onthou jy het vroeër gepraat oor die besenings wat
Now,
Pretorius opgemerk het, nou beweeg ons aan na die bekentenis toe.
when you were being led, and your evidence was being led in chief, you indicated to the Honourable Court the portion that you said did not come from you.
Tydens die getuienis in hoof het hy aan die agbare hof aangedui na die gedeelte wat hy nie self gesê het nie. Of die gedeelte wat nie die sin is nie.
Dis korrek, ja.
Korrek, Jedela? Korrek, my lord?
My first question is, who told you what to say?
En my eerste vraag aan u, wie het vir u gesê wat om te sê?
Dit was ook daai kalle toe.
It was the colored man. It was that colored man.
Was he the only one?
Was hy al een?
Hulle was twee by my gewees.
I had two of them with me.
Who are they?
Wie is hulle?
Ek ken hulle nie, maar een kan ek sal hom ken as ek hom hier sien.
I do not know them.
Are you-
However, I will be able to identify the one should I see him.
What did he tell you to say?
Wat het hy vir u gesê om te sê?
Hy het vir my gesê ek moet vir Makalima sê
He said, I must tell Makalima
dat ek en Stefano die kind na Makalima toe gebring het.
that myself and Stefano took the child to her.
Yes.
En dan het hy ook vir my gesê ek moet na Kiali toe gaan om net vir Kiali sê
They also told me to go to Kelly.
dat Kiali toe my gestuur om die kind na Makalima toe te neem.
That she sent me to take the child to Makalima.
En Makalima gaan na 20.000 rand gee.
And Makalima is going to give her 20,000.
That's it.
Is that how many?
En dan het hulle ook gesê
They also said
dieselfde persoon
the same person,
die volgende dag gaan daar iemand, nie die volgende dag, dieselfde dag,
the same day.
daar gaan iemand na my toe kom wat 'n verklaring gaat wat van my.
Somebody will come to me and get a statement.
En dan moet ek vir daai persoon sê dat ek die kind toe by Makalima gevat het en dat Makalima 20.000 rand sal gee.
Then I must tell this person that I took the child to Makalima, and Makalima is going to give you 20,000.
En ek moet sê dat ons die kind verkoop het dan.
I must also say that we sold the child.
Those were the words that you were told to repeat.
Was daar die woorde wat die voorgesit kom te herhaal?
Dit is korrek, ja.
Correct.
Then why did you choose to include Stefano?
Nou, kom verkies jy om vir Stefano te betrek? Hoekom sluit jy vir Stefano in?
Want vir my was gesê gewees ek en Stefano het die kind geneem toe daar.
Because I was told that myself and Stefano took the child away.
I just asked you.
No, he in fact said that he was to tell Makalima that he and Stefano brought the child to us. So he included Stefano in the portion that he said.
You agree with that, Mr. Paulus?
Stem jy saam met dit wat die edele gesê het?
Dit is korrek, ja.
Correct.
Why then did you give Colonel Pretorius a story that started on Sunday afternoon?
En dan hoekom gee dan vir Pretorius hierdie weergawe wat al Sondag al begaan nou?
If that was all you were told to say.
Indien dit het al wat u voorgesê het om te sê, hoekom dan nou hier? Ja.
Ek moes gedink aan 'n storie om dit reg te laat lyk, ja.
I had to come up with a story so that it can look right.
No, Mr. Paulus.
Nee, meneer Paulus.
You were told by this person, this is what you must say. Maximum of 5 sentences.
Hierdie persoon sê vir u wat om te sê 'n maximum van 5 sinnetjies, maximum,
Correct?
regsel,
Dat is correct, ja.
korrek edele.
Why then did you choose to add all these details?
Hoekom verkies jy dan nou om allerhande details by te voeg of melding van te maak?
Want dat is wat ik heb die story gemaakt dat het zo moet wees.
Yes, I made up the story so that it looks as such.
I just want to check with you.
Ek wil net by u vasstel.
So you were told to tell the person who will come that turned out to be Colonel Pretorius.
U is voorgestel dat 'n persoon gaan vir u nader en hierdie persoon blyk om Colonel Pretorius te wees.
That you and Stefano took the child, Joshlin, to Makalima,
Dat u en Stefano die kind Joshlin na Makalima toe geneem,
at the request of Kelly and then the 20,000 rand.
versoek deur Kelly in die 20,000.
Dat is correct, ja.
Korrek, my lord.
What do you mean by that you had to come up with a story so that it makes sense?
Wat bedoel u deur te sê dat u moes opgekom het met 'n handstorie sodat dit sinvoller kan klink?
Ik moet vertellen wat die maandag ook gebeurd en tussenin, ja.
I had to tell as to what had happened the Monday in between.
Just trying to understand.
Ek probeer om te verstaan.
So you started by telling him
U begin deur hom te vertel
about a discussion that you had with Kelly
oor 'n gesprek wat u en Kelly so gehad het
on the Sunday.
die Sondag.
Dat is correct, ja.
Korrek, edele.
And the motivation in that story
En die motief en daardie weergawe
as to why Joshlin should be delivered to Makalima the next day.
is ook die rede hoekom moes Joshlin by Makalima die daaropvolgende dag gelewer word of gelos word.
Ik verstaan ze, ja.
Understand?
So do I understand you that you added that in so that it can make sense?
Verstaan ek vir reg dat u dit bygevoeg sodat dit sinvoller kan klink?
Dat is correct, ja.
Korrek, my lord.
Do I then understand you that you also made up that part?
Verstaan ek vir reg dan dat u doet nou dat daardie porsie of daardie gedeelte ook opgemaak het?
Dat is correct, ja.
Korrek, my lord.
Did you understand my question, Mr. Apollo?
Meneer Paulus, verstaan nie my vraag?
Ik verstaan die vraag, ja.
I understand, my lord.
Because you told me
Want u het vir my gesê,
on Friday
Vrydag sê u vir my
that was the truth.
dat dit die waarheid is
Of what Kelly told you about Tasha and the father, Josh,
rondom
and
dit
why
wat
the
Kelly
child had to go.
vir u gesê het oor Josh, die pa, Tasha.
Ik verstaan ze, ja.
I understand, my lord.
So is it the truth or did you make it up?
Is dit nou die waarheid of u dit opgemaak?
Dat is wat ik opgemaakt heb, ja.
Dat is wat I made up, my lord.
So you lied to the court.
Daarom het vir die overleens vertel.
Dat is correct, ja. Ik val in mijn schuld.
Correct, my lord. I admit to my blameworthiness or to my guilt.
Why did you lie about that, Mr. Paulus?
Meneer Paulus, hoekom leens vertel daaroor?
Soos ik en mijn lawyer, meneer Armse, die het gegaan het.
As myself and my attorney, Mr. Aramse, went through it,
Het ik gezien dat dat is waar, ja.
I noticed that it was not the truth,
Just one moment.
Maar ik heb het tegen.
but,
You can complete the sentence.
praat verder meneer, voltooi je zinnetje.
Maar ik heb het niet uitgekend als dat is die waarheid hier.
But I did not admit to it not being the truth.
Mr. Paulus, I'm going to take you back
Meneer Paulus, ek neem u terug
to what happened on Friday
na Vrydag se gebeure toe
in this court.
in hierdie hof.
Are you with me?
Is hy by my?
Correct, Here.
Can you recall that you were given the document
Onthou u nog dat 'n dokument is aan u getoon?
Dis correct, Here.
Korrek, Edele?
and you were asked to read through the document
U is toe versoek om deur daardie dokument te gaan of
and on your own
op u eie,
Dis correct, Here.
persoonlik,
and then point out to us
en u toe dan aan hierdie agbare hof uitgewys
which portions were of your own knowledge and
Yeah.
which portions were told to you by the police to
die
tell us.
eie gedeeltes waarvan u persoonlike kennis dra, sowel as die porsies wat die polisie vir u voorgesê het.
Dis correct, Here.
Korrek, my lord.
Can you recall
Onthou u nog
what I then did?
wat het die agbare hof toe gedoen?
Dis correct, Here.
Korrek, my lord.
To remind you,
Om vir u te herinner,
I made it clear that I don't want there to be any confusion.
ek het dit duidelik gemaak aan u dat ek wil graag nie dat daar verwarring moet ontstaan nie.
Dis correct, Here.
Korrek, my lord.
That's when Mr. Harmse started reading sentence by sentence.
Dit is toe meneer Harmse begin het toe om sinnetjie vir sinnetjie gelees het.
Dis correct, Here.
Korrek, edele.
And I then took out my highlighter.
En ek het toe my highlighter uitgehaal.
Dis correct, Here.
Then you confirmed
U het toe bevestigend
every sentence that was your own and was the truth.
elke sinnetjie wat dan uit u persoonlike sinnetjie is as die waarheid beam.
Dis reg, Here.
Korrek, edele.
Do I now understand you to say that
Verstaan ek nou, verstaan ek vir reg?
what you told me on Friday when you confirmed that was a lie?
Sê u nou vir my dat dit wat u vir my Vrydag vertel het en beam het was leuns?
Dis correct, Here.
Korrek, edele.
Daai gedeelte, Here.
Dat pot, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Eraman.
Baie dankie, meneer Apollos.
Why are you lying, Mr. Paulus?
Hoekom vertel jy leuns, meneer Apollos?
Ek vertel nie leuns, is net daai stukkie wat ek uitgelaat het Vrydag.
I'm not telling lies. That's the only portion that I omitted Friday.
It's not omitted.
Jy het dit uitgelaat, nie?
It is as the court explained to you.
Dit is wat hierdie agbare hof aan die verduidelik het.
Now you've told this court you've lied on Friday.
Iets so pas nog vir hierdie agbare hof gesê dat dit hierdie hof leuns vertel Vrydag.
Ek admit dat ek Vrydag daai stukkie uitgelaat het.
I admit that on Friday I omitted that portion.
That's not the question or the statement by the prosecutor.
Voor iets sprekend uit die staatadvokaat se vraag.
She's not putting to you that you omitted anything. She's putting to you that you deliberately lied to the court.
Dit is nie 'n stelling deur die staatadvokaat dat u enigsins iets uitgelaat nie. Die staatadvokaat sê vir hierdie agbare sê vir u dat u het doelbewus hierdie hof leuns vertel.
Is she right?
Is reg? Is dit reg wat sê die stelling deur die staat?
Sy is ek kan sê ek het nie gelieg, ek het dit.
I'm going to ask you again.
Weer eens gaan ek vir u vra,
Is the prosecutor right when she tells you that you deliberately lied to the court on Friday?
is die staatadvokaat reg wanneer sy aan u 'n stelling maak dat u doelbewus hierdie agbare hof leuns vertel het?
Nee, Here, maar
No, my lord.
What does that mean?
Wat is dit veronderstel om te beteken? Wat is dit ja veronderstel te sê?
Ek het nie met bedoeling nie of gelieg, Here.
I did not intentionally tell lies to the court.
What did you do then?
Wat het hy dan gedoen?
Ek het net as net een sinnetjie wat ek uitgelaat het, Here.
Just one little
Af
sentence
te merk
I
dat dit
left
nie waar
out.
is, Here.
Sorry, sir.
Maybe they must have suggested for you because when you bend down to your notes, you're speaking under the microphone. So,
Sorry, my
yeah,
lord.
no, that's fine. Because you were consulting your notes. So just try and speak into the
Certainly.
microphone. Thank you.
You said you've left out one line. What is the one line you've left out?
Ek het vir die hof gesê dat ek net een lenetjie vertel. Wat is hierdie een lenetjie?
Ek het nie
Lenetjie.
dit uitgewys dat dit nie die waarheid is nie.
I did not point it out as not being the truth.
What part?
Wat 'n gedeelte? Wat 'n gedeelte?
Die part waar ek en Kelly 'n discussie het oor
The portion that myself and Kelly had a discussion.
So what went wrong?
Wat het toe verkeerd gegaan, meneer?
ek is nie seker, Here.
I am not sure, my lord.
You see,
Just one
Mr.
moment, Ms. Aaron. Did it make a difference that Ms. Smith was not in court on Friday?
Juffrou Smith se afwesigheid by die hof, het dit enige verskil gemaak?
Nee, Here.
No, my lord.
Carry on, Ms. Aaron.
Mr. Pollis,
Meneer Apollos,
when this particular part of the document, in fact the entire document,
toe hierdie spesifieke gedeelte van hierdie dokument in der waarheid, daardie dokument in sy geheel,
in fact your entire evidence,
in der waarheid, hele getuienis,
was adduced in Afrikaans because according to Mr. Harmse that was because that's the language you preferred, it was what you understood, and there can be no doubt that nothing was lost in translation.
Dit was in Afrikaans, deur u eie regsverteenwoordiger is u getuienis in Afrikaans gelei, omdat die Afrikaans sprekend is, verkieslik, so dit beter gewees het dat dit alles gedoen sou gewees het in Afrikaans, sodat dan nie misverstaan kon ontstaan nie, of iets verdwyn in vertaling nie,
Dis korrek so.
ten einde dit te voorkom.
Just one moment, Ms. Aaron. You will recall, Mr. Apollos,
Meneer Apollos sal herroep of onthou,
that we went through this document meticulously.
dat ons deur daardie dokument deeglik gegaan het, of noukeurig gegaan het,
Dis korrek, Here.
korrek.
So much so
Soveel so,
that I admonished the interpreter, Mr. Yankee, sitting next to you now,
dat ek het meneer Jantjies die geregstolk langs u berispe,
Reg, Here.
can you recall that?
onthou u dit nog?
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, edele.
Can you recall what my explanation to him was?
Onthou u nog my verduideliking aan hom sou gewees het?
Ek onthou, Here.
I remember, my lord,
That we need to be precise
dat
with the record.
ons moet noukeurig te werke gaan, of ons moet presies wees.
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Aaron.
Is that the only thing, Mr. Pollis?
Is dit al ding, meneer Apollos?
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, edele.
So when you I'm looking at the contents of this document,
Ek kyk nou in die konteks van hierdie dokument,
and when it's noted that Rens het omgekom, Kelly se vriend, that's correct.
dit staan daar geskryf dat Rens Kelly se vriendin het omgekom.
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, my lord.
That is correct.
Is dit die waarheid?
Dis korrek, Here. Eens was by my.
Korrek, my lord. Rens was there.
And the next sentence is, sy het net vir ek en Stefano 'n sigaret gevra en weer geloop, meneer?
The following sentence is that she only asked from me and Stefano for a cigarette and she left again, sir.
That's correct, ja.
Correct, my lord.
Meneer, toe sê,
Sir,
weer was, het ek en Stefano weg was, het ek en Stefano geloop en ek het vir Joshlin gesê sy moet saamkom. Is that correct?
myself and Stefano left and I asked Joshlin to come along. Is that the...
Nee, dat is weer reg nie.
No, that's not right.
Meneer sê het niks gesê of stry.
Sir, she did not argue, neither did she say anything.
Dat is nie reg nie.
Not incorrect.
You see, this is what I have a problem with.
Meneer sê nie, dit is waarom ek 'n probleem het.
Like at the very beginning, when you introduced how the events unfolded.
Soos heel in die begin, toe u vertel het hoe hierdie hele gebeure ontvou het,
On the Sunday afternoon,
sondagmiddag,
correct with me?
regs by my.
Ek reg.
Yes.
And then we go to portions where you say, now that's not true.
Dan beweeg ons na die gedeelte waar u sê dit is nie die waarheid nie.
Dat is reg.
Reg.
And then we see another part that you say is correct.
Dan sien ons nog weer 'n gedeelte waar u sê dit is reg.
And then later on you say, no, that's not correct.
En dan later dan sê nee, daardie gedeelte is verkeerd.
Dat is reg.
Who thought of that? Who thought to bring it, to let the story flow this way?
Wie daaraan gedink, wie het gedink dat hierdie weergawe moet op daardie manier vloei? Wie?
Dat is ek, ja.
It's me, my lord.
Ek het het.
Why did you do that?
Hoekom doen u dit?
Want ek was bang en ek moet so 'n regte storie laat lyk.
Because I was afraid I wanted to make it sound as a real story.
When I asked you right at the beginning,
Heel in die begin het ek vir u gevra,
what did the person tell you to say?
wat het die persoon vir u gesê wat om te sê?
It was a maximum of 5 sentences.
Dit was 'n maximum 5 sentjies.
Ja.
Yes.
And you want this court to accept
En u wil hierdie agbare hof moet aanvaar
that you decided to intertwine certain facts that were correct
dat u besluit om dan sekere feite wat u gedink het reg is te verweef
and bring in that what you was told to say.
en dan dit wat hulle vir u gesê het om te sê te voorskyn te bring.
Ja.
That's correct.
Is dit reg so?
Dat is reg, ja.
You see, Mr. Pollister,
Sien meneer Paulus,
those 5 lines that you were told to tell by that gentleman that told you what to say,
daar 5 lyne wat die daar meneer vir u gesê het om te sê,
we find those in the just at the beginning of your confession.
kry ons nou net daar in die begin van u bekentenis,
Dat is reg, so.
kry ons daardie lyne,
En-
yes, of reels.
Not at the beginning, it's the bottom of the first page,
Certainly, my lord.
last 4 lines, and then it goes over to about the middle of the next page, and otherwise there's all the other fine detail
Yes.
about who stood and where they stood and
Exactly, my lord. That's where I'm going to. You see, Mr. Pollis,
Sien meneer Paulus,
exactly what the Honorable Court has explained.
presies net wat die agbare hof verduidelik het.
I'm going to put to you
Ek gaan dit aan u stel
that those 5 lines are right at the beginning of the document, and as the court has highlighted,
Dat-
as did I in nice,
die
bright
5
yellow.
Ekskuus tog, die 5 reels is heel in die begin van hierdie dokument en soos wat die hof uitgelig het.
Then, at the bottom half, and I'm showing you because I've
Ek
highlighted
toon
it
dit aan
just
u
like
want ek
the
het dit
court,
uitgelig en die heel onder op my blaai. Ek toon dit aan u want ek het dit uitgelig.
right?
Reg so?
In these lines, going on to the next
En
page,
hierdie reels beweging na die volgende blaai toe.
and I'm showing it to you,
Ek toon dit aan u meneer.
right?
Reg so?
can you see the green on a document?
Ek kan dit sien hier nou.
I can see my lord.
You see, in this highlighted green part,
sien die groenerige gedeelte of die wat uitgelig is.
you disavowed on Friday.
Het afgewyk. Vrydag het hy afgewyk.
Dis korrek, ja.
Het hy afgewyk van daai een.
Why did you do that?
Hoekom het hy dit gedoen? Hoekom het hy dit gedoen?
Omdat dit nie waar was nie.
Because it's not the truth, my Lord.
But you said it.
Maar hy het dit gesê.
Dit was vir my gesê om te sê.
I was told to do so.
No, Mr. Paulison, here's where I will defer with you.
Nee, meneer Apollos, dit is waar ek met u verskil.
This is the details that you give.
Dit is die details wat u verskaf het.
And this is not. Remember at the very beginning, I asked you, what were you told to say?
Onthou, heel in die begin, ek het vir u gevra, wat is u voorgesê om te sê?
And you told us those 5 sentences.
En u het vir ons daar 5 sinnetjies vertel.
Dis korrek.
Korrek, edele.
But what you say in this part of the document,
Maar bevattend aan daardie gedeelte van hierdie dokument,
you were never told to say by that person. You said it.
daar persoon het vir u voorgesê om dit te sê, nie u het dit self gesê.
Dis korrek.
Korrek.
So the details are as follows.
Derhalwe die details is soos volg.
Toe kom ons by Makalima se huis aan.
We arrive at Makalima's house.
Ek en Stefano en Joshlin.
Myself, Stefano, Joshlin.
Toe sê ek vir Makalima,
I told Makalima,
my vrou Kelly het my gestuur.
my wife Kelly sent me.
Hier is ons nou.
Here we are now.
En sy sê vir my, kom in.
She then told me, come inside.
That's not what that person told you to say.
Dit is nie wat daardie persoon vir u gesê het om te sê nie.
You said that.
U het gesê.
Soos ek gesê dat ek moet dit laat klink het soos 'n storie.
Like I said, I had to make it sound like a story.
Oh, so when on Friday it was put, when you were being led and we were asked to highlight the parts that you were told, that's not correct. You in fact added that.
Tijdens die getuienis in hof, is gevra om sekere gedeeltes uit te lig en ons is ook aangesê om nou dat sekere gedeeltes uit te lig.
Correct?
Herhaal asseblief, repeat the last portion.
Oh, no, I forgot what I said. When you said this on Friday and we highlighted it
Yeah.
as what you were told to say, that's not correct. You added this part. It's your lie.
Toe u dit gesê het op Vrydag, ons is aangesê om dit te highlight. So u dit bygevoeg. U dit bygevoeg.
That's not what you were told by the gentleman.
Daai meneer het nie vir u gesê om dit te sê nie. U dit bygevoeg.
Vir my was gesê gewees dat ons die kind kan verkoop het
I was told that we went to sell the child.
en dat Kelly vir my gestuur het en vir Stefano om die kind tot by Makalima te neem.
And then Kelly sent me and Stefano to take the child as far as up to Makalima.
En ek moet dit laat soos 'n storie laat klink het.
And I had to make it sound like a story.
When were you told this? Because it's the first time we're hearing it in court.
Wanneer was dit aan u gesê, want ons hoor dit vir die eerste keer hier by die hof?
Are you now making it up, Mr. Paul?
Maak jy dit op nou, meneer Makalima, meneer Apollos, maak jy dit
Ja,
op?
maar-
No, my lord.
Mr. Paulus,
Meneer Apollos,
so you were told in the early hours of the morning
vroeg ure van daardie oggend is u voorgesê
Dis korrek, ja.
by this, either one or both of those police officers,
deur een van hierdie menere, dalk een van hulle, dalk beide van hulle.
Dis korrek, ja.
and you were just told to say that you and Stefano
Is net
to
voorgesê dat
Joshlin,
u en Stefano
to Makalima,
Dis korrek.
Joshlin en Makalima toe geneem.
at the request of Kelly,
En dit is Kelly se versoek daarin.
Dis korrek, ja.
and Kelly was going to get 20,000 rand.
En Kelly sou dan 20,000 ontvang het daarvoor.
Dis korrek, ja.
Korrek eerlik.
That's it.
Dis al
Dis korrek, ja.
korrek, my lord.
Now, I'm sure you've read this document.
Nou, ek is seker dat het hierdie dokument gegaan, het het gelees.
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, my lord.
And we went through it with you in
En ons het
court.
ook tesamen met u, het ons ook daar deur gegaan.
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, edele.
And the prosecutor took you through
Die staatsadvokaat het dit deurgelees.
a journey on some parts of the document now.
Ek het nie gehoor, edele.
The prosecutor took you on a journey through some parts of this document now in court.
Sopas het die staatsadvokaat vir u deur 'n toertjie geneem deur hy dokument hier in die hof.
Dis korrek, Here.
Hier is edele.
I get the impression that
Ek is van mening of ek kry die indruk
it's quite a detailed story.
dit is redelik gedetailleerde weergawe.
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, my lord.
Including, for example, the portion she just read to you.
Soos byvoorbeeld
That Makalima said, come inside.
insluitende daardie gedeelte die uitnodiging deur Makalima kom binne.
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, edele.
And then nobody sat down, you just stood.
En niemand het gesit nie, het net daar gestaan.
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, edele.
And then going back to from the Sunday where this discussion started,
Nou teruggaan na Sondag toe hierdie gesprekke begin het.
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, edele.
it actually flows like something that really happened.
Dit vloei in soos iets wat in der waarheid geskied het.
Ek luister, ja.
Korrek, my lord.
So when did you make it up?
Nou wanneer het jy dit opgemaak?
Dit was dieselfde dag toe ek die verklaring maak, Here.
The same day when I made a statement, my lord.
When?
Wanneer was dit?
Toe ek met meneer Pretorius praat.
When I spoke to Mr. Pretorius,
Whilst you were talking to him.
terwyl ek besig was om my naam te praat.
Ek het dit net so verduidelik, Here.
That is how I explained it, my lord.
No, I want to know, when did you make up the story? What,
Wat ek by u wil weet, wanneer het jy hierdie storie opgemaak?
if I understood you now, it's whilst you were telling him the story, you were just making it up on the fly.
En ek vir verstaan, en ek vir u nou verstaan, u sê dat terwyl hy besig was, het hy net gepraat met hom, so hy dit nou gemaak. Ja, soos hy aangaan, het dit
Dis korrek, Here.
korrek, my lord.
But do I understand you correctly? So when you went to sit down there next to him,
Verstaan ek vir reg, toe u daar langs hom gaan sit het?
you didn't have a story in your head. You just had the part that the police told you what to say.
Het u hierdie storie en u denk gehad nie? U het nog net, al wat jy gehad het, is wat die polisie vir jy gesê het om te sê.
Dis korrek, Here.
Korrek, my lord.
Why did you find it necessary to add in all that fine detail
Hoekom het u dit
on the fly?
as belangrik geag om allerhande fynere details by te voeg?
Ek moet dit laat klink het soos 'n storie, soos 'n
I had to make it sound like a story, my lord.
But you made this all up because you were scared.
Ek het verstaan gehoor.
You made all of this up because you were scared.
Het jy dit alles opgemaak omdat jy bang gewees het?
Dis korrek, Here, maar
Korrek, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Heraman.
Or did you say all of this because it's the truth?
Of jy het alles dit vertel omdat dit die waarheid is?
Dis nie die waarheid, Here.
That's not the truth, my lord.
So you chose to include details
Ek kies
about
toe
children playing outside
Ek
Makalima's house. Sorry.
Om titels by te voeg. Kindertjies wat daar op Makalima se werf gespeel het.
4 children.
4 kinders.
Dat is correct, ja.
Correct, my lord.
You chose to make that up.
Ek kies toe om dit ook te noem.
Dat is correct, ja.
Correct, my lord.
Are you sure it's not the truth?
Is seker is dit die waarheid nie?
Ik is doodzeker dat ze die waarheid ja.
Quite sure. It's
So why did you
not
add
the truth.
in that those children were younger than Joshlin?
Hoe het jy geweet dat die kindertjies is
No.
jonger as Joshlin?
No, why did you add in? Because it's a made-up story.
Ja,
Why did you add in those children were younger than Joshlin?
hierdie is ons opgemaakte weergawe van storieetjie opgemaak. Hoekom het jy bygevoeg dat daardie kindertjies nog jonger as Joshlin is?
Want die kinders wat ik gewoonlijk gezien heb daar bij de huis, ja, als jonger als Joshlin, ja.
Yes, because the children that I normally see what alles op
Als jonger als Joshlin, ja.
younger than Joshlin, my lord.
You see,
Sien u
the details that you give,
die details wat jy verskaf?
the fact that you actually slow down at certain points to let Colonel Pretorius write and then you repeat.
Die feit dat jy by tye stadiger gepraat sodat kaptein Pretoria sy aantekeninge gaan maak, by tye het jy herhaal.
Ik verstaan.
Understand?
It's almost as if you are actually telling him the truth, Mr. Apollos.
Dit is byna jy vertel vir hom die waarheid, meneer Apollos,
Maar dat is niet de waarheid, ja.
but it's not the truth, my lord.
You know, there's a saying, an English saying, the details the devil's in the detail.
Die Engels sê dat die details is in die duivel is. Dis nou 'n regstreekse vertaling van Engels na Afrikaans.
It means
Betekende
that when you add all these, when we look at the statement in its totality,
wanneer ons na hierdie verklaring en sy geheel nakyk,
the fact that there's such specific, intricate details in this document,
dat dat bevattend in hierdie verklaring is dat sulke intrige details
all of which comes from you.
en die oorsprong daarvan is u.
Ik verstaan zo.
Understand?
The argument before this court is going to be, it is the truth.
Die betoog voor hierdie hof sal wees, dit is die waarheid.
What do you have to say?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop?
Maar dat is niet de waarheid, ja.
But it's not the truth.
So you decided to include these details.
Derhalwe, u het besluit om hierdie details by te voeg.
Dat is correct, ja.
Korrek edele?
Why?
Hoekom?
Want ik moest dat laat klinken zoals een rechte story.
Because I had to make it sound like a real story.
But you told us that this person only told you what to say, and those were the 5 sentences. Why? Why did you include this?
Toch het vir die hof gesê dat hierdie persoon het vir jy net 5 reeltjies of sinnetjies voorgesê. Hoekom het jy besluit om nou dan die res in te sluit?
Want ik was bang en ik moet het zoals een rechte story laten
I was afraid. I had to make it sound like a true story.
Why?
Hoekom?
No one told you to do that.
Niemand het vir u voorgesê om dit te doen nie.
Dat is correct, maar ik moest net een rechte
That is
story.
correct, but I had to make it sound like that.
You realize your mistake. Calm down.
Sorry, my lord, I apologized
Calm
immediately.
down.
Sorry, I
No, it's
apologize.
fine. But calm down. Ms. Ereman, I've told you on Friday, I understand that one gets excited
Yes,
sometimes. When your witnesses testified, they were all police officers. They're used to the hustle and bustle. Mr. Pollis is already very nervous. You're going to argue why you think he is. But let's carry on. Let's leave it there.
Sorry.
Is jy nog gereed, meneer?
Is dit nog alright, meneer Pollis?
Dat is correct, zo, ja, maar
so pas vir die stad gesê, die stad moet kalm wees, want al die stad se getuies was polisiebeamptes en is al klaar, sien nie wie agtig, so die stad moet kalmer word.
Ek is alright, maar
I'm fine, my lord.
Mr. Apollos,
Meneer Apollos,
I'm going to try and get the prosecutor to go slower
ek gaan probeer om die staatsadvokaat 'n kans te vergun
and maybe get to the destination quicker.
om stadiger te werke te gaan, dalk bereik ons of sy jaarbestemming vinniger.
You've now told me a story on Friday
Vrydag het u vir my 'n weergawe gegee
about this statement.
aangaande hierdie verklaring of rakende hierdie verklaring.
You've backtracked on that story.
Nou,
Teruggegaan.
ja, jy het teruggegaan met daardie storie. Jy distansieer jouself van daardie weergawe.
You've admitted to me that you lied to me about this statement.
Het aan hierdie agbare hof erken dat het leens vertel rondom hierdie verklaring.
But would you agree with the prosecutor
Sal jy dan saamstem met die staatadvokaat
that you made up a very good story because it sounds very true?
dat jy 'n baie goeie storie opgemaak, want dit klink byna waar.
ek verstaan
Echt,
nie,
ja,
maar
dit
dis-
klink echt.
ek verstaan, maar dit is nie die waarheid hieroor.
I understand it's not the truth, my lord.
Were you very good at school in writing compositions?
Op school was jy baie goed met opstellen te maken op school, toen je op school was.
Nee, nie baie goed hieroor.
No, not very well, my lord.
So where does the sudden talent come from?
Nou waar kom hierdie skielike gave? Kom nou hierdie skielike gave?
Ek kan nie sê nie hieroor, maar
I can't say, my lord.
You know what I find very strange, Mr. Apollos, is
Meneer Apollos,
that
weet jy wat vind ek vreemd?
under my cross-examination, you coming across as nervous.
Onder my kry so 'n vraag, kom u sinewieagtig tevore
And then when I take you back to this document that you say you've been tortured, you've been told what to say.
en wanneer ek weer terugneem na hierdie dokument wat u beskryf as is onder marteling, onder slaanery, aanranding verskaf as.
You were scared. Your evidence is that.
Dit is u getuienis, u was bang geweest.
dis korrek, ja.
Korrek, edele.
But look at how nicely that story flowed.
Tog, kyk hoe mooi vloei daardie weergawe.
We don't have to wonder. We've seen it on the video.
Ons hoef nie te wonder nie, ons het die beeldmateriaal besigtig.
Dis korrek, ja.
You were calm.
U was kalm,
You went slowly.
u het stadig te werk gegaan.
You repeated.
U herhaal wanneer u moes.
You stopped when you saw Colonel Pretorius writing.
Stel gehou.
And then you
wanneer
continued.
u sien, kapitein Pretorius is besig om aantekeninge te maak, dan hervat u net voort.
Ek sien dit, ja.
I sien,
You don't come across as someone that was scared there. You come across as someone that was very calm.
u kom nie nie voor soos iemand wat bang gewees het, baie bang gewees het aan nie. U kom baie kalm voor.
And so the story flows
En
just
so
like that.
vloei die weergawe of die storie ook
Right?
reg so.
Ek verstaan so.
I understand such.
You see, it doesn't just stop at the stories
Sien, dit eindig nie net daar by die stories nie.
and the minor details that you added to your
En
version.
die mindere details wat hier en daar bygevoeg het.
Colonel Pretorius then went on to ask you questions.
Kolonel Pretorius het nie daar geëindig, hy het voortgegaan in vrae ingestel.
Dis korrek, ja.
Korrek, eerlik.
And you didn't have any difficulty in responding to those questions.
En dit was vir u moeisaam om op daardie vrae te regeer nie, of dit was nie vir u moeilik nie om te regeer op sy vrae nie?
My Lord, I'm on page 20.
Edelik op bladsy 20.
Yeah, I'm there.
Thank you. The first question
Die eerste vraag
that he asks you,
dat hy vir u gevra het,
die 20.000, waarvan jy praat, weet jy waarvoor dit was?
the 20,000 that you're talking about, do you know what was that about?
Ek weet.
The question was asked, you recall that?
Die vraag is aan u gestel, onthou u dit nog?
Ek onthou dit.
I remember that.
What was your answer?
Wat was die antwoord daarop, meneer?
Ek dink dit was vir die kind gewees.
I thought it was for a child.
What about the child?
Wat van die kind?
Dat die kind verkoop is.
That the child was sold?
That's the word you used.
Is dit die woord wat u gebruik het? Is dit die eie woord daarin?
Ek is nie seker nie.
I am not sure.
You see the answer noted, and it's on the video.
Dit is op die beeldmateriaal en die antwoord daaraan neergeskryf.
This is what you said.
Dit is u woorde, meneer.
Die 20.000 was so te sê vir die verruiling vir die kind, meneer.
The 20,000 was to say for in exchange for the child, sir.
That was your answer.
Dit was u antwoord.
Dit dan gewees het. Ja.
It could be, can be.
Then you asked watter kind,
Dan vra hy vir u watter kind?
and you say Joshlin.
Dan sê u Joshlin. Of u sê Joshlin.
Ek verstaan.
I understand.
You asked further.
U is verder gevra.
So julle het die kind verkoop.
Therefore you sold the child.
That's what Colonel Pretorius asks.
Dit is wat kolonel Pretorius vra.
Ja, is so.
Correct.
What was your answer?
Wat was die antwoord daarop, meneer?
Ek kan nie onthou nie. Ja.
I do not remember.
I'll remind you.
Ek herinner vir u, meneer.
Nie ons meneer,
Not us, sir.
sorry, nie ons nie meneer.
Not us, sir.
Kelly en Makalimo, hulle het gepraat.
Kelly en Makalima had a discussion.
That was what you told Colonel Pretorius.
Dit is wat u vir kolonel Pretorius gesê het, meneer.
Ek verstaan so. Ja.
I understand.
You asked further,
U is verder gevra,
hoeveel sou jy van die 20.000 kry?
hoeveel sal u van uit hierdie 20,000, hoeveel sou u gekry het?
Do you recall what your answer was?
Onthou u nog u antwoord daarop?
Ek kan nie mooi onthou nie. Ja.
I can no longer remember, my lord.
Why?
Hoekom nie?
Omdat dat is nie die waarheid hier.
It is not the truth.
But you were told what to say.
Maar is voorgesê wat om te sê.
Dat is correct, ja.
Correct, my lord.
So why is there difficulty now?
Hoekom dit dan nou hierdie swaarheid? Hoekom nou dan die difficulty? Ja? Hoekom is dit so swaar?
En
Hoekom is dit dan so
daai
moeilik?
oomblik het ek dit die antwoorde gegee soos ek dit. Ja.
Yeah, that moment I was just giving the answers as I them fit.
So you made it up.
No.
So Mr. Paulus, with your made-up story, let's accept for the moment.
Kom ons aanvaar vir 'n oomblik nou hierdie opgemaakte weergawe van
It's a made-up story.
Kom ons aanvaar. Dit is 'n opgemaakte weergawe hierdie.
So the question is posed of you, how much you would have received of the 20,000.
Die vraag is aan u gestel. Hoeveel sou u ontvang het van uit hierdie 20,000 rand? Hoeveel sou u?
In this imaginary version that you gave Colonel
En
Pretorius,
dis 'n
what would be the correct answer?
verbeeldige
Because it's in your head. You just told him what was in your
weergawe
head.
wat u vir Kenel gegee het, want dit is in u hoof. Wat sou u antwoord daarop gewys het?
Dat ek nie geld gekry het hier. Dat ek nie geld gekry het hier.
Dat it didn't get money?
That I did not get the money. Is dat
Dat
ek
ek-
nie geld gekry het nie.
That you didn't get money?
Ja, zoiets, ja.
Something to that effect, my lord.
No, but the question posed to you is,
Die vraag aan u
How
is
much?
soos volg:
how much of the money would you have received?
hoeveel geld, wat is die bedrag wat u sou ontvang het? Hoeveel sou u gekry het?
Remember, it's your story.
Onthou, let daarop, dit is die eie weergawe daarin.
Ik is niet zeker heel
I'm not sure, my lord.
So you would have told him, I'm not sure.
Derhalwe sou u vir hom gesê het hoeveel. U sou vir hom gesê het hoeveel.
He's onzeker that you're not sure. You would have told him, I'm not sure.
Het kan niet heel
It can be, my lord. I would have told him that I'm not sure.
But that's not what you said.
Toch, dit is nie wat u gesê het nie.
This is what you said.
Die volgende is wat u sou gesê het.
Kelly het nog niks vir my gesê hoe gaan die geld kat werk nie.
Kelly has not told me yet how is the money going to work, it's going to be dealt with, and about the cut as well.
Sy het net saam Stefano gepraat.
She just spoke to Stefano. She had only spoken to Stefano.
Het kan niet heel.
It can be, my lord.
Now you've just heard what the Honourable Court has asked you.
Iets so pas gehoor wat die achtbare hof vir u gevra het.
You could have chosen to say, I don't know
Ek
how the
kon-
money worked.
Ek kon net gesê het ek weet nie hoeveel nie. Hakie sit.
Dat is correct, ja.
Korrek eerlijk.
Remember what I said to you? The
Oh, no.
devil's in the detail?
Onthou, ek wat jy gesê het, die Engelse gesegd, die duivel is in die
Detail.
Ja, die duivel is in die detail.
Here's the devil I'm talking about, the detail.
Dit is die duivel waarna ek verwys daar. Daardie details is die duivel waarna ek verwys.
That you gave.
En dit is u dit verskaf, ja, u dit verskaf.
Ik verstaan ze heel.
I understand such, my lord.
Any comment?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop, meneer?
Dat is die waarheid hier.
That is not the truth, my lord.
Okay.
So you're going to argue that he brought the devil into it. Yes.
You further
You're almost
asked.
done?
Oh,
Is
so,
verder gevra.
yes, I'm going to wrap up, my lord.
Please.
You see, you were asked in this question and answer
En
session,
hierdie vraag-antwoord sessie.
and the question before that is, why didn't Joshlin go to school?
Die vraag voor dit is hoekom het Joshlin nie skool bygewoon het nie?
Ik kon luisteren.
I remember that, my lord.
Your answer was,
Die antwoord daarop is
oh, do you
volgende.
recall what your answer was?
Oh, onthou u nog die vraag, die antwoord daarop, né?
Ja, ja.
Yes, my lord.
Joshlin wat die school doen nie, maar hier is schoolkleren. Zij en Rico zijn schoolkleren was veel.
Joshlin did not attend school because she and Enrico's school clothing was dirty.
That's exactly what you said. Good
Dit is
job.
precies wat hy gesê het.
Dat is correct, ja.
In fact,
Correct.
when you were question and answer, you confirmed that was correct.
En er waren die vraag en antwoord sessie het u wel bevestig as korrek.
Dat is correct, ja.
Korrek eerlik.
The only problem I have with that is that it conflicts with the very first statement you made in this matter.
Die probleem waarmee ek sit is dat dit conflicts,
Exhibit M.
dat
Last word in paragraph 2 thereof. Last word in paragraph
Yes,
2 of
I
Exhibit M.
have that, my lord. Mr. Yankees was asking me for the Afrikaans word, and I think he's
dit is teenstrydig.
conflicts.
Ja, dit is teenstrydig met die waarskuwingsverklaring.
I think he thinks I'm very good at Afrikaans all of a sudden, but anyway. Right. This is the problem I have, Mr. Pollis.
Die probleem waarmee ek sit, meneer Apollos,
When Molstein interviewed you,
tydens die onderhoud met Milston,
you said
Het vir hom gesê,
Joshlin had a cold.
Joshlin was het koue gehad of gripperig, verkoue.
So you lied.
Daaraf het hy vir Milson leens vertel.
Die tyd toe ek die statement aan Milstein maak,
The time when I made the statement to Milstein,
was ek nog onder die invloed van drugs, ja.
I was still under the influence of drugs, my lord.
So you lied.
Daaraf het hy leens vertel.
Ek kon 'n fout gemaak het daar, so.
I could have made a mistake there, my lord.
Just one moment. Can you recall, Mr. Apollos,
En Apollos onthou u nog,
when you were interviewed by Sergeant Milstein?
tydens u onderhoud met Sergeant Milstein?
Dis korrek, ja.
Yes, my lord.
Can you recall why you were interviewed by him?
Onthou u nog hoekom daardie onderhoud met haar?
Ja, ja, maar.
Yes, my lord.
What was the reason? What was the reason of him taking a statement?
Wat was die rede vir die bekoming van daardie verklaring, meneer?
Dit was in verband met Joshlin se verdwyning, ja.
In connection with Joshlin's disappearance, my lord.
They wanted to know why she was at home that day.
Toe hulle weet, hoekom was sy thuis gewees die betrokke dag?
Dis korrek, ja.
Correct, my lord?
And that was the day after she disappeared.
En dit was die dag na sy verdwyn het.
Dis korrek, ja.
Correct, my lord?
And you say that you gave the wrong answer because you were still under the influence of drugs.
Hy sê vir hom het 'n verkeerde antwoord gegee want hy was nog onder invloed van dwelms.
Dis korrek, ja.
Correct, eerlik.
But that's also what was Smith told the police at the time.
Dit is wat juffrou Smith ook vir die polisie gesê het, daai tyd.
Dat kan wees, ja, maar.
Can be, my lord.
So the real reason was because the school clothes were dirty.
Dis korrek, ja, maar.
O, die rede was dat die skoolklere is vuil.
And the influence of the drugs on you made you believe it was because she had a cold.
En die dwelmse impak op u het vir laat glo dat sy het verkoue gehad.
Dis korrek, ja.
And the same must then have happened to Miss Smith.
Dieselfde vir juffrou Smith. Dit was seker dieselfde vir juffrou Smith ook.
Ek kan nie presies sê nie, ja.
I can't say exactly, my lord.
Because I've just looked at the statement.
Ek het so pas na daardie verklaring gekyk.
Miss Smith's statement.
Juffrou Smith se verklaring.
That you also said Joshlin had a cold.
Sy sê ook dat Joshlin was verkoue gewees.
Ek neem so aan, ja.
I assume so, my lord.
So now, Mr. Smith says that.
Juffrou Smith sê dieselfde.
You said.
U sê
You said
so.
that.
Dis korrek, ja.
Correct, eerlik.
You even said that to Captain Lombard.
Iets selfs het hy dit vir kaptein Lombard gesê.
Nee, ja.
Nou, my lord.
What did you tell Captain Lombard?
Wat het hy vir kaptein Lombard gesê?
Die kind se skoolklere was vuil, ja.
The child's school uniform was dirty.
So when did it change? Or
Op wat is
why
daar-
did it change?
Op wat is daarom het dit verander en hoekom het dit verander?
Toe ek mooi terugdink en weer regkom, ja.
When I thought back and when it returned back, of when I regained my thoughts.
Dat was omtrent 'n paar dae na, ja.
It was been a couple of days after that.
So when you said in your confession
Nou wanneer u en u bekentenis sê
that Joshlin went with you without asking any question, she didn't offer any resistance.
Joshlin is tesame met u daar weg, sy het geen weerstand gebied nie. gewillig met u al aan.
Right?
Rechtsom.
Ek hoor vir u.
I hear you.
When you made your statement to Milstein,
Tijdens van u verklaring aflegging by Milston,
you did mention, or you told Milstein, I told her to get out of the sun, to which she got angry at me. She told me, ek gaan nie.
iets sê
And
vir
walked
Milston
off.
dat ek sê vir haar sy moet uit die son uitbly. Sy het kwaad geword en gesê dat ek gaan nie.
Why didn't you include this bit in your confession?
Hoekom het u nie daardie gedeeltjie as deel van u bekentenis gemaak nie? Hoekom het u daar in die bekentenis toegevoeg het, bygevoeg het?
As ek
I think I said she must stay out of the sun, stay away from the sun.
sy het vir my gesê sy gaan nie.
She told me she's not going to do that.
You went into so much of detail in this confession about
Yeah.
your interaction with Joshlin.
Hierdie bekentenis is deeglik gedetailleerd aangaande u interaksie met Joshlin.
This deals with when Joshlin went missing.
En daardie verklaring handel oor Joshlin se verdwyning.
Why wasn't this included in your confession? Because you were bringing facts together.
Hoekom is dit nie in u bekentenis bygevoeg nie, want u is besig om die feite na vore te bring of u vertel nou breedvoerig op hierdie stadium
To Colonel Pretorius.
vir Pretorius.
Ek het dit uitgelaat want ek het Jaltas
Half is lies and half is the truth.
Yeah, but this is actually the truth, right?
En die waarheid, daarin is die waarheid. Rechtsom,
wat sê is dat hier.
wat one is dat?
Where you comment about Joshlin asking her to come out of the sun and she says, ek gaan nie.
Die kommentaar op Joshlin, wat u versoek om uit die son uit te bly, en sy gaan nie.
But you don't include that here.
Toch vorm dit nie deel van u bekentenis nie.
Dat is korrek so.
U maak nie melding daarvan tydens die bekentenis aflegging.
Why not?
Hoekom nie, meneer?
Want ek het dit ingesit in die bekentenis hier.
I did not add it to the confession, my lord.
We are informed that there's a witness that's going to come and testify
Ons
on
is
your behalf.
ingelig dat 'n getuie gaan kom getuig.
Dat is korrek so.
Korrek, Edele?
What is this witness going to tell us?
Wat gaan daardie getuie by die hof kom sê?
Ek weet nie wat gaan sê.
I do not know.
Now you see, Mr. Paulus, early this morning,
Apparently it's somebody from Wiki's by.
Iemand van
Ja.
ook is by.
Ek verstaan so
I
julle.
understand such, my lord.
you recall earlier this morning, the court was requested to issue a letter for someone to attend court.
Ek sal onthou vroeër hier by die hof het 'n brief uitgereik om iemand hof toe te nooi, né? 'n brief is uitgereik sodat hierdie individu hof toe kan kom bywoon.
Ek verstaan so
I
julle.
understand so, my lord.
Why is this person being called? I'm asking you.
Meneer, ek vra vir u, hoekom kom hierdie persoon hof toe?
Om uit te wys dat ek die beserings gehad het hier.
To come and point out that I did not have any injuries. To indicate that I had no injuries.
Thank you, Mr. Paulus.
Baie dankie, meneer Paulus.
I don't have any further questions, my lord.
Re-examination, Mr. Armson.
Thank you, my lord. Just a few questions, really few.
Is somebody fetching the witness? Maybe Mr. Adams is going to ask questions, and then we're going to take the adjournment till 1:30. So then we can, so we do the lunch and adjournment, and then you can just arrange with Mr. Adams when he's done, so that maybe he still wants to consult with the witness as well, so that you know where to take the witness. Let's do it that
Well,
way.
I did contact the witness in the last break, and I haven't looked at any answer yet whether the witness has come here on her own or whether she must be collected.
So let's
That
check.
when we finish, okay.
Once you're done with your re-examination, we'll assess that.
Thank you, my lord. Meneer Apollos,
Mr. Apollos,
jy sal onthou dat jy was gevra gewees deur die staat
you will remember that you were asked by the state
oor die verskyning in Vredenburghof op die 7de Maart. Dit was die eerste verskyning, kan jy dit
about
onthou?
the appearance in Friedenberg. It was the first appearance. Do you still remember that?
Dis korrek, ja.
Correct, my lord?
En jy het ook bevestig, en dit was in die hof gestel gewees, dat meneer Schmida namens u opgetree het.
You then confirmed that Mr. Smeda defended you.
Dis korrek, ja.
Nou kan u vir die hof vertel, as jy nie kan onthou nie, dan sê jy kan nie onthou nie.
Now, can you please tell the court, if you cannot remember, then you say you cannot remember?
Kan u onthou of meneer Schmida, u prokureur, op die 7de Maart met u 'n konsultasie gehad het, met u eintlik direk gepraat het?
Can you remember whether or not Mr. Smeda, your attorney, had a consultation with you or not?
Op die 7de Maart by Vredenburghof.
On the 7th of March at Friedenberg Court?
Nee, ja, maar
No, my lord.
As u sê nee, ek kan nie onthou nie, of sê u nee, hy het nie met u 'n konsultasie gehad.
Are you saying no, I cannot remember, or you saying no, no consultation ever happened?
ons het nie 'n konsultasie gehad nie op daai dag nie.
We had no consultation the day in question.
En jy het 'n konsultasie met hom, die getuienis is, jy het 'n konsultasie met hom gehad. Die volgende verskyning, en dis toe julle oor die beserings gepraat het.
And then the following appearance, you had a consultation with him. That is when you discussed the injuries.
Dis korrek, ja.
Correct, my lord?
Nou net 'n algemene punt oor die rapportering van die beserings wat jy nou
Just
nie
on
gedoen
the
het nie.
following aspect, on the reporting of these injuries.
Die insident waaroor jy getuig het, wat by Seaborder gebeur het, hoe dit u vertroue in die polisie beïnvloed, wat se gevoel het u teenoor die polisie
The
gehad?
incident that you testified about, the incident that you were involved with at Seaborder, how did that influence you? How did that influence your trust in the police?
Dat het gemaak dat ek nie enige polisieman kan vertrou nie, ja.
It made me not to trust any police officer.
En in daai oomblik was ek baie bang gewees, ja.
And at that moment I was very scared, my lord.
Okay. Ek wil aangaan na u doktersbesoek en die dokter wat u ondersoek het.
I want to proceed to the doctor's visit and the doctor who examined you.
Daar is duidelik getuienis daaroor, maar wil ek u nou net vra, kan u onthou, het u klere uitgetrek voor die dokter?
There is evidence about your visit to the doctor, but can you remember whether or not you had removed your clothing in the doctor's rooms?
Nee, ja, maar ek het nie my klere uitgetrek nie.
No, my lord, I did not undress or remove my clothing.
En dan wil ek ook net bevestig,
I also like to confirm,
u het of u het nie vir ekstrale gegaan op die voet?
did you go or did you not go for x-rays on your foot?
Ek het vir ekstra gegaan.
I went for x-rays, my lord.
Waar het hulle ekstrale geneem? Waar, ek meen op watter gedeelte van jou liggaam?
Where on your body?
Net op my voet.
Just on make such a statement in front of somebody?
Nee, eerwaarde.
No, my lord.
Carry on, Mr. Arumse.
Thank you, my lord.
I showed the prosecutor to hold the objection. Let's get through it.
Thank you, my lord. Die verklaring wat u toe gemaak het,
The statement that you then made,
en die antwoorde wat u gegee het,
and the answers that you furnished them with,
was dit vrywilliglik gedoen?
was that done willingly?
Have we not covered that in evidence in chief?
Very long, no.
Have we not covered that in evidence in chief?
Yes, we had. Well, I'm just trying to wrap this up, my lord. Just for him to confirm, my lord.
No,
See.
it's the question is inadmissible. It's
ask
also
another question.
suggestive of an answer. But you may proceed, Mr. Arms.
Alles is al gesê, meneer Apollos, wat u net, wat ek net u moet finaal bevestig.
Finally, I'd like to confirm
Wat het veroorsaak in u oreed om die verklaring te maak voor kolonel Pretorius?
what had convinced you to go and make a statement in front of Colonel Pretorius?
Ek was aangerand en ek was bang geweest.
I was assaulted and scared.
En vir my was gevra gesê geweest ek moet die verklaring maak.
I was asked and told to go and make a statement.
Die waarskuwingsverklaring wat u in laai plek gedoen het,
And the warning statement that you made in live black,
Sergeant Pretoria, Sergeant Fortuin.
before Sergeant Fontaine, yes. It was
For
MM.
Sergeant Fortuin, bewys ek exhibit MM.
Toe u nou toe die persoon Sergeant Fontaine nou voor u sit, het u hom herken?
When you were in front of Sergeant Fortuin, did you recognize him? Was it somebody that you know?
Ja, eerwaarde, ek het vir hom geken toe ek hom sien dat hierdie persoon is wat saam met my in die kar wat ek in die kar saam gewees het.
Yes, my lord, when I saw him, I recognized him as a person who was in the same vehicle as myself.
Toe ons vir Makalima se huis gaan uitwys het hier.
When we went to point out Makalima's house.
Thank you, my lord. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Apollos. You may go back.
Baie dankie meneer Apollos, jy mag maar afstaan meneer.
So it's 10 to 1. Shall we say 1:30?
My lord, thank you. Then I can arrange for the witness.
Yeah.
My lord, it was a request, and I would like to make a request that the witness gives evidence in terms of Section 153 in camera and not be shown on TV for security reasons and also for the employer's involvement.
Yeah, I have a word with your colleagues. Remember, we had a witness for the state, which was in the main trial, which was a civilian, Stinsey, where I allowed the witness's image not to be shown. Maybe there's some agreement. I can understand the sensitivity.
This being in a business that works with public.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Take it up with your colleagues. If there's an agreement, then we can do it that way. If they want to argue about it, we'll take the witness to the witness room, and then I'll have to make a decision on it.
Thank you, my lord.
But just to the prosecution team, I don't know, we've had a name. I've been told that the witness works in a public place. She's coming here to testify on behalf of the accused in the trial within a trial. There might be sensitivities in this town, and I don't unnecessarily want to either jeopardize the witnesses' work and or a safety within the community, because there might be strong sentiments both ways. Some people might feel that the accused is guilty in their mind, and anybody that comes here and testifies on their behalf might be targeted. And similarly, when we dealt with a state witness, I think let's deal with it sensibly, preferably by agreement between the parties. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk about it so that we don't have unnecessary arguments about it, and then the arrangements can be made that the witness be brought in a particular way. We alert the media up front, this is the way we're going to deal with it, and then we get it over and done with. I take it that witness won't even be here for long.
No, that won't be long at all.
So, till 1:30, warrant officer, are the food here already?
Yes, madam.
So 1:30, it's 35 minutes, then we shall resume. Court will adjourn. Apologies, I'm 2 minutes late. The reason is I had a meeting with representatives of the municipality in relation to the facility. Yes, the witness here.
My Lord, yes, the witness is here. I just want to inform the court or submit that there was a state and myself has come to an agreement that if your lordship, with your lordship's leave, that the hearing is in camera.
Hearing in camera.
Yes.
No. When you say in camera, what do you mean by that?
There's no public camera.
That's a bit of a stretch. That's a bit of a stretch. Is the witness... I'm prepared to, by agreement, to issue an order that for the television broadcast, that the witness's image not be shown and the witness's identity be protected for purposes of publication. But what justification do I have, unless you address me on it, to bar the public sitting at the back there from being in the court? Because the starting point is, it's at 1:53.
1:53.
The starting point is that a court sitting is a public sitting. Except if it falls under the exceptions. And yes, I understand the concerns. I've indicated to the parties earlier. So I am prepared on the face of it. You see, the order under 2A, that is the typical in camera. But that's the exception. It's the exception, and in a case like this, where there is a great public interest in the matter, that one would not easily make an order for in camera. And I understand that there may be a need to protect a vulnerable witness to public exposure, especially where it may endanger the life of that person, or the safety,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
embarrassment. So if you want me to make that order, I'll have to hear the parties. When it comes to a 2B order, that's where the identity of the person not be revealed. That order I'm prepared to make, simply because of just my understanding of the general issues here. Would you want an order for total in camera? In other words, excluding all the members of the public?
Indeed, my Lord, mainly because of the sensitivity of this matter and in view of the fact that the witness works in a public place that deals with the public.
What will the gist of the witness's evidence be?
Just is that the witness worked there, saw Buddha and his appearance, what she saw, and to make that known to assist the court as to...
No, I understand that. So that's all. She's not going to testify to the merits of the case? Nothing?
No, nothing. Just where she works, that she viewed him, she saw him, and when he left.
Well, even by just saying where she works, if we know that he was removed from the Wikis Bar Hotel by the police, so that's already out there.
Yes,
a name was placed on record this morning when the order was sought. Yeah, anything else, Mr.
My
Harrison?
submission would be, that being so, that she not be seen by anybody, not the public here, and that the cameras of the media not focus on her.
No. As I'm saying, I've got no problem with requesting the media and to protect the identity. That I've got no problem with. My only issue is, do I have enough to order in camera, in other words, remove everybody from the courtroom, and we have this witness's evidence behind closed doors? Because to my mind, that is a serious order to make.
My submission is that specifically the connotation that's going to be connected to might be wrongly assumed, and specifically the people in this area and those are the people present at court. Not to see her face.
So also the members of the public sitting in court?
Yes, those are the people in Sopranamay, they are most likely to encounter her or see her again.
Yeah, anything else?
That's all.
Lord, the state's, or the agreement between the state and the defense on this aspect was that this individual's face would not be shown on camera. As far as excluding the public is concerned, that we are not at Eden with the defense. 153 was agreed only as far as it relates to that. The exclusion of the public, the state submit that this horse has already bolted. We have the name and we have the place where she works. It's already out there.
Anything else?
No, my lord.
The face is not out there anymore.
Yeah. I'm going to make an order in terms of section 1532B of the Criminal Procedure Act that the identity of the witness be protected, not be revealed in the media and in the public domain, and that the image of the witness also not be shown. However, the members of the public currently in court will not be excluded. They can remain in court. Thank you. So I hope the media understands my order. If you need to pan out or zoom in, I don't know how you do that. And you're going to focus on counsel, either for the state or the defense. Just be careful, because sometimes you have to swipe past the witness so that we don't cause any harm to the witness unnecessarily. I have the name of the witness, so we don't have to repeat it in public again. So we can call the witness in, and then you don't have to ask the witness for the full names again. Just confirm. Ms. Naidu Chetty, you've got the name on the paper, on the order. Just let her have a look at the order, confirm that those are the names. We don't read it out aloud, and then we administer the oath. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You may come through. I'll first explain to the witness. You may have a seat, so long. Have a seat. All right. English or Afrikaans? Afrikaans. I'm going to explain to you the order that I made in your absence. So there was a request that your evidence be held behind closed doors.
Daar was 'n aansoek gewees dat u se getuienis moet in 'n kamer wees.
That is the exception to the general rule.
Dit is met die reëls wat gemaak het in die boeke.
Because the public has the right to observe court proceedings. It's a public proceeding.
Want die publiek het die reg om na te luister, want dit is mense as dit ook openbaar is, so
But it's also important that the public observe court proceedings to understand and appreciate findings the court make at any stage through the proceedings. It plays an important role in the confidence the public has in the courts. If we don't do things behind closed doors. But the Act makes provision for the protection of witnesses. So what I've ordered is that your image, your face, and your name not be put out there in the general public. Good. So that's the order I made. So you're not going to be asked to say your name out loud. Your name is on a piece of paper there. You'll just confirm that that is your name. Then the oath will be administered, and the cameras will not focus on you at all.
So is naam gevra word, die se naam is op bladsy of as 'n stuk bladsy geskryf, hulle het net vir iemand wys en dan u gaan gevra word as dit u naam, u kan net ja sê.
Good.
Nou jy het my lord.
And I know that you've been asked to come to court on short notice.
En ek weet dat u was gevra om hof toe te kom op 'n baie kort tyd.
So thank you for cooperating.
Dankie vir die samewerking.
Thank you.
Ma'am, please confirm that this is your name. Yes. Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
Witness one in my lord.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
You can sit.
So both Mr. Harmse and I don't know who's going to cross-examine, Ms. Herriman. You know, we address witnesses on their surname, so you can just refer to as ma'am or Miss.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harmse.
Ma'am, you were on duty. Let me ask you, when were you on duty? And I'm referring back to March.
Let's just get straight to the point. Let's just get straight to the point. Make it easy. You're being called on behalf of Mr. Paulus about an incident or incidents, or that you made contact with him on or about the 4th of March last year at your place of employment.
Eers die geroep as 'n getuie of aan meneer Apollos se kant, omdat dit was so die 4de Maart maand laas jaar 2024 wat u gesien het die tyd wat hy by u se werksplek was.
Ja.
Nou die kind, my lord.
Good.
Thank you, my lord. Can you confirm when were you on duty on that day?
Kan u bevestig wanneer was u by die werk gewees na die dag?
Ek was die Sondag aand aan diens toe hulle ingecheck was by Hoekies by hotel.
I was on duty the evening, my lord, when they booked in the night at Hookie's Bar Hotel.
Now, when you say Sunday, are you referring to the 3rd of March 2024?
As u sê die Sondag, verwys u na die 3de van Maart maand die Sondag.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Did you see Mr. Apollos on that day?
Het u van meneer Apollos na die dag gesien?
Nie die aand van check-in nie.
Not the evening of the check-in.
Wanneer het u hom gesien?
When did you see him?
Die maandagmiddag
The Monday afternoon.
nadat ek aan diens gekom het toe hulle gesoek was deur ander mense by die hotel.
I saw him the Monday afternoon, my lord. That was after they been looked for. Other people came looking for them, my lord.
The people that you say they were called for, who were they, or did you view those people?
Die mense wat na u te verwys wat hulle vir hom kom soek daar. Ken u die mense?
Ek ken hulle nie, maar hulle het gesê dit is sy ma en sy suster.
I don't know them, but they say that it's the mother and the sister.
Now, after you, what time did you say you came on duty on Monday the 4th?
Hoe laat het u by die diens gekom die maandag?
2 uur.
2 o'clock.
And then what happened, when did you actually see Mr. Apollos?
Nou, wanneer het u vir meneer Apollos gesien?
Sy ma het gekom vir hom gesoek. Ek het na hulle kamer toe geskakel en hulle het gesê hulle gaan nou afkom.
The mother came said looking for him. I called to the room and they said that they'll be coming down.
So you actually saw Mr. Apollos reasonably close?
So hy het vir meneer Apollos gesien nader.
Yes, ek het.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then...
The question was whether she saw him reasonably close.
Yes.
Oh, het hy vir my naby aan u gesien? Nader aan u?
Hy het verby ontvangs geloop en dit is nogal baie na aan my gewees.
He walked past the reception, my lord, and that is visibly close.
After that, did anybody else arrive at the hotel again?
Na dit het enige persoon gearriveer by die hotel.
Ja,
Yes?
Did you see them?
Het u daardie persoon gesien?
ek het hulle weer gesien en hulle is uit by die hotel.
I saw them again and they exited the hotel.
The person or persons, was it one or two that came there again?
Die persoon of die persoon was het 2 gewees wat daar gekom het of hoeveel?
Dit was 2 mense.
2 persons.
Was it male or female?
Was 'n vrouwmens of mansmens gewees?
Vroumense.
Female.
Okay. And then what did you observe Mr. Apollos do?
Wat het u gesien of opgelet of opgemerk wat meneer Apollos doen?
Hulle het afgekom by die trappe en hulle het normaalweg uitgeloop by die hotel.
They came down the stairs and they walked out normally out by the hotel.
And then you saw Mr. Apollos. Did you see Mr. Apollos again close up?
Het u weer van meneer Apollos naby gesien?
Ja, ek het.
Yes, I did.
Okay, now on those 2 occasions that you've told the court now that you saw Mr. Apollos, did you notice anything that he might have been or looked like he was injured?
Die 2 kere wat vir u van meneer Apollos gesien het naby, het u enige iets opgelees soos hy is beseer of iets?
Nee, ek het nie.
No, I did not.
Did you notice if he was walking crippled?
Het u gesien miskien hy loop nie reg nie?
Nee, ek het nie.
No, I did not.
So when you looked at his face, you couldn't see anything could you see anything, as you said, that looked like an injury or not?
En die tyd wat u in sy gesig gekyk het u iets gesien soos hy beseer of nie?
Hy was glad nie beseer in die gesig nie.
He was not injured in the face at all.
Are you able to tell the court how long after you came on duty at 2 o'clock that this, where they walked out with these two people, how long was it after 2 o'clock?
Kan u vir ons sê na hoe lank die tyd wat u in diens gekom het met die mense uitgeloos omdat hulle uit u by die hotel?
Dit was om en by 3 uur, 4 uur.
It was around about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
Did you see or notice in which vehicle, if they climbed into a vehicle? Let's just ask, did they climb into a vehicle or not?
Het hulle in 'n voertuig ingeklim of nie?
Nie wat ek gesien het nie.
Not that I saw.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. David.
I take it prior to you being called to give evidence in this court, you were aware of this matter.
Ek neem aan dat voor u hof toe gekom het om getuig, u weet van hierdie saak.
Ek was bewus van die saakies.
Yes, I was aware of the matter.
And you also aware of the missing child.
En u weet ook van die vermiste kind.
Ek weet, yes.
Yes, I know.
Now, I take it from the summary of your evidence, you are here to tell us that in the 2 moments you saw accused number 1, you didn't see any injuries on him on those 2 occasions.
Ek neem aan die rede wat u is hoekom sê op die 2 kere wat u vir beskuldig om 'n gesien het, hy het nie beserings gehad nie.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
And I appreciate that.
En ek waardeer dit.
What I want to put to you is, if anything happened after Mr. Polis stepped out of that hotel, whether he tripped and fell, whether Mrs. Smith smacked him across the face, you cannot say that didn't happen.
As enige iets gebeur het of hy het getrip en geval of mevrou Smith het hom geklap het, u kan nie sê nie want u het dit nie gesien nie.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
I appreciate your honesty. Thank you, ma'am.
Ek waardeer dit mevrou, dankie.
Now I just want to ask you about the moments that you saw Mr. Polis.
Ek wil nou vir u vra oor die kere wat u vir meneer Apollos gesien het.
Did you stand and engage with him face to face?
Het u saam met hom gestaan, mekaar met geselskap gehad of met mekaar gepraat?
Nee, ons het nie gepraat nie.
No, we did not have a conversation.
And I take it that from where you work, you observed him walk by you, past you?
Ek sal aanneem dat waar u was en gestaan of waar u gewerk het, u het hom gesien het en verbyloop.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
How long would that be that he would take to walk past you, would you say?
Hoe lang het dit gevat vir hom om verby u te loop?
A few seconds. Our reception is not that big.
A few seconds, my lord, our reception is not that big.
So, if Mr. Polis had passed you on the side that you couldn't see, you wouldn't have noted there's an injury on his face, am I right?
Laat ons sê meneer Apollos het verby u geloop met die kant wat u nie gesien het, so u sou nie opgelet het dat hy die besering het.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Thank you, my lord. Nothing further.
Re-examination.
Just one question, my lord. Madam, at any of those 2 times when you saw Mr. Polis, I asked you, how did you see him? Did you look him square on, or did you look at him just from the side? Could you see his whole face?
Soos u gesê het, die 2 kere wat u vir meneer Apollos gesien het u vir hom van die kant af gesien of het u vir hom reguit gesien in sy gesig?
So verby geloop het, kan dit sy kant van sy gesig wees.
As he walked past, my lord, I could see the side of his face.
And if you visualize that now, you know where your reception is and you know the corridor that walks past it. If he's walking past your reception where you were going to the door that leads outside, which side of Mr. Apollos will be on the reception side?
Laat ons nou
His
sê
left hand right or his right hand side?
hy stap af van die trappe of in die gang waar hulle ontvangsarea is nee, en hy gaan na die deur toe om uit te gaan. Watter kant van hom is by die ontvangsarea se kant?
Sy linkerkant.
His left side.
Thank you, ma'am. No more questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Dankie.
Thank you for coming.
Dankie vir die kom.
Yes, Mr. Armse. So now the witness has left the courtroom. Be back to normal.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Armse.
Thank you. My Lord, that's the case for accused one in the trial within the trial.
Thank you. Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you.
I'll be calling Mr. Van Rijn.
Mr. Van Rijn has come to the witness stand.
Please give your full names to the court.
Is 'n volle naam vir die hof?
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Van Rijn. You may be seated.
U kan sit.
You've been in court all the time, so you know the drill.
Ja, meneer.
Yes, sir.
So, your name has been spelt differently all over this court record. Can you spell your name, first name, second name, third name, and any other names you have for the record, please?
Steveno.
Stevino.
Ja.
Second name?
Duwaizo.
Duwaizo. Who's speaking today? Duwaizo. Third name?
As Dwayne. Duwayne.
Good. And Van Rijn, we know how to spell that.
Rhyn.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my Lord. Mr. Van Rijn, I would request you to remain calm, not intimidated, not threatened when you are giving your evidence, whether your abusers are present in court or they are not present in court. Remain calm.
Ek sal net vir meneer Van Rijn vra, u moet net kalm wees. U moet nie onderdruk wees of geïntimideer word deur die mense wat vir u seer gemaak het of so genoeg vir u seer gemaak het. As die mense is, u moet net kalm bly, né?
Dis korrek, ja.
It has been, thank you. It has been already confirmed that on the 4th, by Mr. Lombard, that on the 4th of March 2024, indeed, you were in Vredenburg Magistrate Court.
Dit was al weet gesê deur dat Lombard op die 4 van Maart maand 2024, u was by die hof van Vredenburg.
Dis korrek.
That's correct. Take us now from the time, after court. After you left court, tell the court what happened.
Kan u dan vir ons sê nadat u die hof verlaat het, wat het gebeur?
Maandag, toe die hof my agter uitlaat, toe ek gegaan vir kyk waar hy vir lift, toe kry ek my naggie se ouetjie kappel.
Monday afternoon, after I was released by the court, my lord, I went or I left to look for a lift and I came across my cousin's boyfriend couple.
Toe kappel kry en kappel het nog gesê maar hy gaan toe hike ek en hy saam hike spot toe.
When I got couple, he said that he's also going to look for a lift and we went to the hiking spot.
Kon by die hike spot
We got to the hiking spot.
Bakkie het gekom, opgeklim, geluf en ons daar ry.
A bakkie came. We got into the bakkie and we rode.
Thank you, Mr. Van Rijn. I'll take you back when you were leaving court. Did you suffer swollen feet? Did you suffer swollen knees? Did you suffer swollen elbows?
Die tyd wat u die hof verlaat het of geloop het van die hof af, het u enige beserings gehad op u bene, op u arms, op u elleboog?
Geen beserings.
I had no injuries.
By the time you were hitchhiking with your cousin's boyfriend, were you suffering swollen feet? Were you suffering swollen knees? Were you suffering painful testicles? Were you suffering swollen elbows?
Die tyd wat u die hof verlaat het en u geleentheid gekry met u niggie se kerel neem, het u enige beserings gehad of op die knie, elleboog, hier so private dele en voete?
Geen beserings.
No injuries.
Were your wrists painful the time you were hitchhiking?
Die tyd wat u geleentheid gekry het op die hiking-spot toe gegaan het u se gewrig pyn of beseer?
Ja.
No.
Did you have any injuries on your wrists?
Het u enige beserings gehad op u se gewrig?
Ja.
No. You got the lift. Is there anyone who helped you to get inside this motor vehicle? Because, before I put that question, were you limping when you were hitchhiking?
Die tyd wat u na die hiking-spot gegaan het of gegaan het u min geloop?
Nie man, sê baie geloopie maar sy het geloop.
You didn't hear the question. Were you limping?
Oh, nee.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord. Did your cousin's brother help you to get inside this bucket because of the injuries I've already mentioned?
Het u niggie se broer vir u gehelp om in die bakkie in te klim?
Nee.
No.
You were walking normal.
U het net normaal geloop?
Ja.
Yes.
You had no pains on your body.
U het geen pyn gehad op u liggaam nie?
Ja.
Just a moment. It's actually the cousin's boyfriend.
Yes, my lord.
Because when you put the question, you said cousin's brother. But we all understood who you're talking about. We're talking about couple.
Yes, couple.
I think that's his name.
It is
Yeah.
is couple wat ons van praat nie?
Kappel, ja.
Yeah.
Yes, my lord.
That's just for the record, to get the record correct. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Take us now to, okay, you hitchhiked, you got the lift. Where were you taken to? In this lift?
U het nou die lift gekry nee en van die hiking-spot af waar toe?
Wat die lava kry op die bakkie geklim, ons daar uit Vredenburg uitkom.
We got the lift and got into the bakkie, and as we come out of Friedenberg
Saldanha toe.
to Saldanha,
Daar is 'n four-way op 'n cirkel daar so.
there's a four-way around by the circle.
Die bakkie weer gedraai om die cirkel.
The bakkie turned again around the circle,
Wat vir hom nou uit Vredenburg uitbring.
coming out of Friedenberg,
Hy vat weer die cirkel, weer Vredenburg in.
and took the circle again and went back to Friedenberg.
En daar is 'n bakkie wat staan en wag.
And there was a bakkie that was waiting there.
Toe laat hulle net vir kappel gaan.
I said they just let couple go.
En hulle vat vir my.
They took me.
Ek wil nog weet om de wat soek ek op die bakkie, dus ek al hier reg op om te wat gaan aan.
Then I wanted to know what am I doing in this bakkie.
Toe laat hulle net vir kappel gaan en hulle vat vir my saam hulle.
They just let couple go and they took me with.
En hulle ry saam met my jakkies by toe.
They rode with me to Jacques Bay.
Jacques Bay is inkom, Jacques Bay.
As you go to Jacques Bay,
Daar's 'n paadjie wat vir vat op die linkerkant.
there's a road, my lord, that takes you to the left-hand side.
Wat vir sal vat tot by die strand.
That will take you to the beach.
Daar het hulle gestop met my.
There they stopped with me.
Hulle het my gevat agter op die bakkie.
They took me to the back side of the bakkie.
Hulle het my geboeie.
They handcuffed me.
Hulle het my maag laat lê.
They let me lay on my stomach.
En hulle het my geslat en geklap.
They hit me and smacked me.
En hulle het my eiers geknyp.
They also pinched my private part.
Daar het 'n wit man gekom
A white man came
met swart mense agter.
with black people behind.
Maar net wel hulle sê maar hulle behoort hier nie.
And they told them that they don't belong there. Waarom
Yep.
meneer?
On your arrival at Jacobs Bay, Mr. Fandre, were you having any injuries?
Die tyd wat u by Jacobs Bay gekom het, het u enige beserings gehad?
Geen beserings.
No injuries. Sorry, my lord, there's a bit of disturbance in the gallery, my lord. In the front row.
So it seems to be sorted.
The witness also requested for water from the court order, my lord, so they went to fetch water, my lord.
You wait for the water.
Wil u vir die water?
Nee, as jy nodig.
No, it's no need, my lord.
We can proceed.
Okay. Thank you. You were at the back of the bakkie, you were assaulted there, and then what happened?
U sê u was daar agter die bakkie gewees nee, en u was aangeraan. Wat is gebeur na dit, meneer?
So ek het gewacht om te mense voor die wat bakkie gekom het dat hulle die kan ook in my mond gedruk.
Sorry, I forgot to mention before the white bakkie came, they placed a firearm in my mouth. May I speak?
Nee, lang toe besef ek maar hier stop 'n bakkie.
Not long after, my lord, I noticed that the bakkie stopped.
En die bakkie sê vir hulle,
The bakkie told them that
dat is 'n private property.
this is a private property.
Hulle behoort hier nie.
They don't belong there.
En hulle praat onder mekaar.
They spoke amongst each other
Amper die man weet nie met wie hy praat nie.
as like something like this guy doesn't know who he's dealing with.
En die bakkie is toe weg.
The bakkie left.
En nie lang aan is ons ook weg.
Not long after, and we also left.
Before,
Wat hulle my seaborde geantwoord.
And they took me to sea border officers.
before you are at sea border offices, let's go back at Jacobs Bay.
Voor die sea border toe was nie, laat ons nou nooit terug gaan na Jacobs Bay toe.
Why were you beaten? Why these people were beating you?
Hoekom het die mense vir u aangeraan?
Ek weet hoe kom hulle aangeraan het, maar soos ek later kon verstaan, die vrou wat hulle my vra, Joshlin, wat het julle gemaak met Joshlin?
I don't know why they assaulted me, my lord, but afterwards I found out, it came to to me that they were asking me, where is Joshlin? What did you do with Joshlin?
Did they ask you the time they were assaulting you?
Het hulle gevra die tyd wat hulle vir u aangeraan het of geslaan het?
Ja.
Yes.
And what was your response?
En wat het u gesê?
Ek het gesê ek weet nie.
I said, I don't know.
After you said you don't know, what did they do?
Nadat u gesê het u weet nie, wat het hulle gedoen?
Slat en knyp my eiers, dat is wat hulle wil hoor nie.
They hit me and pinched my private parts. That is not what they want to hear.
Did they believe when you said you don't know anything about Joshlin's disappearance?
Het hulle vir u geglo die tyd wat u sê u weet niks met die vermissing of verdwyn van Joshlin?
Nee, hulle wil maar sê ek moet nie kak praat nie.
No, they say that I mustn't talk shit.
We are still at Jacob's Bay.
Ons is nog steeds in Jacob's Bay.
Other than saying to you, must not speak gag, what else did they say to you?
Behalwe om hulle vir u te sê, u moenie kak praat nie, wat anders het hulle gesê?
Nou, hulle sal net vra waar Joshlin, wat het hulle gemaak met Joshlin?
They will just ask question, where is Joshlin? What did you do with Joshlin?
What happened to the handcuffs? After this white man appeared and told them this is a private property, did they unlock the handcuffs, or your handcuffs were still on?
Wat het gebeur met die boeie nadat die persoon gekom het om te sê dat dit is 'n private plek? Het hulle die ander boeie losgemaak of was dit nog steeds aan u?
Ek het net so vervoer saam met hulle ter seaboorde toe.
I was taken just like that with them to seaboard.
While handcuffed?
Geboeid nog steeds.
Ja.
Yes.
Still at Jacob's Bay. How did you feel when you were being assaulted? A firearm is pushed inside your mouth. Your testicles are pinched. How did you feel?
Nog steeds by Jacob's Bay. Weet nie gevoel die tyd wat hulle vir u gevoel.
Ik heb bietjie snaar gevoel, maar net omdat kappel saam met my 'n love gekry het.
I felt about finding my Lord just because that couple got a lift with me.
Het vir my laat voel, maar ek kan nog nie hoop verloor nie.
It made me feel bad. I just want to say I'm not going to lose hope.
Van ek weet hy bly net paar huise van my af.
Because I know he just lives a few houses away from me.
En dat hy miskien dit sal gaan aanmeld wat hy gesien het.
And maybe that he will go and report what he has seen.
Miskien by familielede van my.
Maybe by family members of mine.
Wat sal hoor wat hy nou sê wat gebeur het.
He will, they will hear what he says.
Maar by Jacques Bay het my gevoel om sê die mense kan maar my doodmaak dan.
But at Jacques Bay it felt as if these people can actually kill me.
Van hulle het nou net vir my gewoon, hulle het my nou net gekidnap.
Because they just kidnapped me.
You felt like your cousin's boyfriend can come and rescue, can come and see what you are subjected to.
In geval soos u se boyfriend nie sal kan vir u kom red of kom sien wat gebeur met u.
Die tyd by die sirkel het hy ge-argue met hulle, maar hulle wil doen nog wat hy te sê het.
Whilst we at the circle, my lord, he did argue with them, but they did not want to listen or hear to what he was saying.
Ek myself,
Myself as well.
maar ek het gesien dat mense ganne, die kan miskien polisie is.
And I saw these people had firearms and these people can be police officers.
En ek het my samewerking gegee
I gave my cooperation.
en ek is saam met hulle Jackies by.
I went with them to Jacob's Bay.
You said you feared these people can kill you. What made you to think that they can even kill you?
U het gesê dat u gevoel soos hierdie mense kan vir u doodmaak. Hoekom het u so gevoel?
Van die eerste keer toe hy wil my sê ek my mond oopmaak en hy die kan in my mond druk.
Because the first time, or when he said that I must open my mouth and he placed the firearm in my mouth, the witness shows, placed the firearm in my mouth.
Dat is nog nooit gebeurd aan my nie, die eerste keer in my lewe wat iemand 'n kan in my mond druk.
That has never happened with me in my life, my Lord. That was the first time there's someone placing a firearm in my mouth.
En sy kan voel as die plastic is uitstig teen jou tande.
You can feel that it's not plastic, that it's still on your mouth, on your teeth.
I can see you are becoming emotional. Cool down.
Ek sien word u
Remain
emosioneel,
calm.
u moet net kalmeer.
Dis fyn.
What else?
What's wrong?
Wat is met meneer van Rijn?
Nee, ek sê dis fyn.
I say it's fine, my Lord.
Well, I was writing, so I couldn't see your facial expression, so I just wanted to check. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Still at Jacob's Bar. You said you feared these people can kill you. Other than putting the firearm in your mouth, what else made you to think these people are capable of killing you?
U het gesê dat dit wat by Jacob's Bay was nie. U het gevoel soos hierdie mense kan vir u doodmaak nie. So hoekom wat het u vir u gemaak dit so voel?
Jy wou giet hom nou uitlaat dat hulle voor die wit man kom met sy bakkie.
I just forgot to mention that, my Lord, before the white man arrived and came with his bakkie,
Was vir my gesê dat ek sal my eie gat grawe
I was told that I'm going to dig my own hole
en dat ek sal in die water gegooi word.
and I will be thrown into the water.
Wat vir my laat dink dat mense kan my reg doodmaak
And what made me think that really these people can kill me?
is omdat hulle by seesand is
It's because they were the sea sand,
en tussen die bos en na die strand is.
because of between the bushes and the sea.
Dat is wat my laat voel, maar hulle kan my doodmaak.
That made me to that these people can actually kill me.
Van niemand anders weet behalwe Kappel.
Because no one else knows besides couple.
Waar is ek en waartoe is ek hier?
And where am I and where am I not?
A couple last saw you when he left you in this bakkie. Did he know that this bakkie has taken you to Jacobs Bay Beach?
Couple het vir hom laas gesien in hierdie bakkie. Couple geweet hierdie bakkie vir u Jacobs Bay toe geneem.
Ja.
No?
He didn't know that at that time you were being tortured closer to the beach.
Hy het nie geweet toe daai tyd dat dit vir u aangeraan of 'n martel daai tyd.
Nee dan.
No?
And on the 4th of March 2024, how old were you?
Op die 4de Maart 2024, hoe oud was u?
28.
28.
And these two police officers, were they your age?
Die twee polisiebeampte was hulle dieselfde ouderdom as u?
Ja.
No?
Were they younger than you? Were they older than you?
Was hulle jonger as u of ouer as u?
Ouder as my.
Older.
Mr. Van Rijn, we are still at Jacobs Bay.
Meneer Van Rijn, ons is nog steeds bij Jacobs Bay.
Do you still remember they are built?
Kan u nog onthou hoe was hulle gebou?
Ja, lekker forest bodies.
Yes, they were nice fresh bodies.
What do you mean nice fresh?
Wat bedoel u by dit hulle was vir?
When the Afrikaans term fris is used, it means well built.
Well built.
Well built. Did they look like people that gymmed or not?
En hulle gelyk soos mense wat gym.
Ja, sportmense.
Yes, sport people, my lord. The witness also shows by the way I have sports people, my lord.
Showing with his arms the gesture for well-built people. Of course, not all sports people are big.
Want nie alle sportmense is.
No, Miss Pulani is laughing because she knows that what I mean by that, because she's a rugby player.
You are closer to the beach.
Yes, now by die strand.
You told us there's a forest or there are trees next to the beach. Can you correct me?
U het gesê daar's 'n bos oor is daar bome?
Ja, is bosse in 'n paadjie wat jou lei na die strand toe.
There's a bushes, my lord, and it's a road, kind of a pathway that leads you to the sea or to the water.
And you are in the presence of two sport people, as you put them, who are strangers to you.
U was in die teenwoordigheid van mense wat sportmense of mense gebou se sportmense en hierdie mense is onbekend aan u.
Ja.
Yes.
And no one knew where you were.
En niemand het geweet waar was u nie.
Hulle het geweet, ja.
They knew.
No.
From your family.
U familie.
Ja.
No.
I just wanted to, because I thought he misunderstood the question. What you meant is his close people didn't know where he was, except for a couple that left him on the road.
En van u se familie se kant af, niemand het geweet waar was u nie, behalwe 'n koppel vir u langs die pad gelos het.
En my meisie, ja.
En my girlfriend.
Yeah, but they didn't know you were at Jacobs Bay.
Maar hulle het geweet dat u is by Jacobs Bay.
Nee, sy het die aandoek bekommerd geraak dat sy die volgende oggend polisiestasie toe gekom het om te aanmeld vir my.
She became concerned the evening, my lord, and then she went the following morning to report at the police station.
Om te vra as ek miskien daar is
Asked whether I'm there
of toegesluit is,
or am I being locked up.
maar al sy het nie vir my gekry dan.
but she did not find me there.
Yes, thank you.
When your testicles were being pinched, tell this court, how did you feel?
Die tyd wat u se private deel geknyp was, hoe het u gevoel?
As hier dat iemand by eers knyp, maar die eerste keer wat ek dit kon kry, iemand knyp by eers vir jouself.
It's so, my lord, because it's so when someone pinch you by your private parts, and it was the first time that happened to me.
En hy weet nie presies waar hy knyp nie.
I don't know where the person pressed precisely.
As jy mos twee dinge in 'n eie sakke man. Hy twee bolletjies, of hoe noem ek dit? Twee eiers.
My lord, there by your private parts, there are 2 testicles.
Hy vat sommer nou en dan vat hy sommer boep hy dan.
And you also press on the thing as well.
Dan moet ek net self met die boeie so dinge.
Then I must just, the witness shows I must also just do this for myself as well, my lord.
En aangaan en goed, maar hulle wil niks stop nie.
And just to move, my lord, but they did not want to stop.
When you were shaking, as you have demonstrated here in court, you were trying to pull yourself from the pinchers.
Die tyd wat so u nog beweeg het en opgewys het, u probeer om weg te kom van die mense wat by u knyp.
Ja, as hy knyp, dan try ek om weg te kom.
That's correct. When he pinches, I will try to get away.
Dan voel dit soos 'n rek nou.
And I feel as if now it's stretching.
Maar hy rek, hy kan doen, ek rek, jy kan doen.
It pulls to the side, I'm pushing to, he stretches that side, I'm stretching it that side.
Even though you were trying to pull yourself and to pull them, but they didn't stop.
Ek probeer om weg te kom, weg te trek van hulle af, maar hulle het nie opgehou nie.
Nou sou stop weer.
They did not stop.
I am not a man, but I cannot imagine this pain. Can you explain before this court the pain you suffered when they were pulling your testicles?
Ek is nie mens nie, kan u vir ons verduidelik hoe het u gevoel hierdie pyn nie wat hulle so getrek het?
The pain was here.
It pained, it was sore.
En nou, vir die tyd wat ek nou, really besef ek maar hy sit bietjie skyn man, hy sit nie meer stryf so waar het.
My lord, as I said, and I noticed that my testicles are not the same way they were, they're not straight.
They are not straight, they are not the same, since pinching at Jacob's Bay by the police officers.
Hulle is straight, hulle is dieselfde nie, van die tyd wat hulle geknyp was by Jacob's Bay. That's correct.
Let's go back to the back of the bakkie.
Laat ons nou terug gaan in die agterkant van die bakkie.
Please explain before this court how you were assaulted while you were lying on your stomach at the back of the bakkie.
Kan u dan vir ons verduidelik hoe was u ingeraan die tyd wat u op die mag gelê het en ingeraan was daar agter die bakkie?
Op my mag gelê, hy is geknyp.
Laid on my stomach, my private part was pinched.
Ek sê hande tussen my bene, hulle knyp my eiers.
And with his hand between my legs, my lord pinching my private part.
En so klap hulle my in die ronde.
And they were smacking me so around.
The last part?
They were smacking me around.
Were you having a watch or a cell phone on that day?
Het 'n selfoon gehad of 'n horlosie op u?
Ja.
No.
More or less, can you estimate what time was it?
Kan u miskien pas min of meer vir ons sê hoe laat was dit?
Kan miskien presies die tyd sê, maar so na 1/2 na 1 toe.
I can't give the exact time. It was about half an hour to an hour.
Now, what time of the day was it?
Die tyd van die dag, meneer.
As middag.
Afternoon.
Yes, thank you.
From Jacob's Bay, did they introduce themselves to you?
Van Jacob's Bay het hulle vir self gesê wie is hulle?
Ja.
No.
You said you were worried. You didn't even know whether you are being kidnapped.
U het gesê u was bekommerd, u het geweet u is gekidnapt.
Ja, ik dacht daarna dat ik besef dat ik er nog gekidnapt was. Wat nou gebeur is gekidnapt.
I noticed afterwards, Malo, that now what just took place or what happened now, I'm actually being kidnapped.
Diezelfde dag.
That same day.
Now from Jacob's Bay beach, did you know the time they were driving with you? Did you know where they were taking you to?
Nou, van Jacob's Bay strand af, nee, die tyd wat hulle gery het daarvan af, het u geweet waartoe gaan hulle met u?
Nee.
No?
Did they tell you where they were taking you to?
Het hulle vir u gesê waartoe neem hulle vir u?
Nee.
No?
After Jacob's Bay torture, where did you find yourself?
Nadat u was aangeraan of gemartel in Jacob's Bay, waar het u self bevind?
Seaboarden.
Seaboarden.
In paragraph 62, of his statement, of Mr. Lombard's statement, he testified that you were found in Diasville on the 4th of March 2024, and then you were brought to sea border offices.
Op paragraaf 2.6 van Kaptein Lombard se verklaring, dit is gesê dat hy het gesê dat op die 4de Maart 2024 u was gekry of hulle vir u gevind of was u was gevind in Diasville.
Is that correct?
Nee.
Is that correct?
Nee.
No.
Okay.
Evidence was there he was informed that you were found in Diasville, so that was not correct.
En sy getuienis, hy sê dat hy was gesê dat u was gevind in Diasville, so dit is ook nie korrek nie.
Is correct, ja.
It's not correct.
Did you know why you were taken to see border offices?
Het u geweet hoekom was u seaborder kantore toe geneem?
Ja.
No?
Take the court from where you were taken from the boardroom by Sergeant Fortin to the office where he took you to.
Kan u dan vir die hof sê? Kan u dan vir die hof sê van waar u was geneem van die boardroom af na die kantoor toe was Sergeant Fortin vir u na toe geneem het?
Als je in die boardroom zo dier staan,
When you stand by the boardroom's door,
dan is daar een gangetje wat je net zo aan je linkerkant.
there's a passage, my lord, on your left-hand side.
Dat is een gangetje wat je dier loopt.
There's a passage that you walk through.
Wat hulle wou my deur gevat het.
They took me through the passage.
Na die waar die stoele in die tafels is.
Where the table and chairs were.
Wat hulle wou my gesê het ek moet sit.
Where they told me to sit down.
Maar ek moet nie sit soos iemand wat redelik sit, ek moet so sit.
I mustn't sit while they're sitting comfortably. I must sit. The witness shows, my lord, and as the witness have showed now, the witness was resting backwards on the chair, but then was saying that he was told to stand up straight, not to lean against the chair.
So in my hande voor my, terwyl ek op boeie is.
The witness, my lord, between his legs, he said that he was asked, whilst his hands were handcuffed, to place his hands between his legs, my lord, as the witness have indicated while seated down.
Ek weet een wat vrou nog agter my gestaan.
I know one white lady was standing behind me. The witness shows with a showing to the back, my lord.
Al kan van my was ook mense.
All sides, both of my sides, there were people besides me.
Hulle my gevra het.
They asked me.
Wat Joshlin wat jy gemaak met Joshlin?
They asked, where is Joshlin? What have you done with Joshlin?
En so sal hulle deur mekaar slat.
Kan jy weer
Deur mekaar, ja. Die een klap die kant, die een klap die kant, die een klap van agter af.
That's how was assaulted. One who smacked me, hit me from, smacked me from one side, the other one smacked me from one side, and the other one witnessed so from behind, my lord.
Jy weet nie wat die vrou agter in haar hand het nie.
I don't know what the lady had in her hand.
Maar sy het my baie harde slat agter my rug dat ek kan gevoel het, maar sy slat my met X.
But she hit me very hard, my lord. I don't know what she hit me with, but I could feel that it was really hard.
Maar ek kan toen nie kyk of ek mag nie eens rondom my kyk wie my slat het.
I could not look. I was not even allowed to look around who was hitting me.
Ek moet net sit soos 'n standbeeldjie.
I just had to stand or sit like a statue.
En toe ek aanbod my broek op is.
I also almost urinated in my pants.
En ek het meneer Fortuin gevra.
I asked Mr. Fortuin
Om te pee.
to go relieve myself.
En hy het my gehelp met die toilet.
He helped me to go to the toilet.
En het my gesê, sy wil nie nou praat nie.
And he said that you don't want to talk now.
Sy mors my tyd.
You're wasting my time.
Ek gaan nou weer oorgee aan ander mense.
I'm going to hand you over to other people.
En
Let's go back to that office.
Bye. Are you all right?
I'm fine, my lord.
Thank you.
I'm fine.
Because if you're uncomfortable, then you can swap with Mr. Yankees.
No, I'm fine. my
Are you
lord.
fine?
When there's a need, I will do, but I'm fine.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabai.
I want you to remember. Let's go back to that first office.
Ek wil nou laat ons terug na die eerste kantoor toe.
I want you in details.
Kan u dan vir ons vol sê?
Tell the court what happened.
Sê vir die hof wat het gebeur daar.
Vir my was gesê ek moet sit op die stoel
I was told to sit on the chair,
en ek het gesit
and I sat.
en vir my gesê maar ek moet regop sit.
They told me that I must sit straight up,
Soos ek nou sit
as I'm seated now,
en so het hulle vrae gevra
and they asked questions.
en ek het vir hulle gesê maar ek weet nie.
I told them, but I don't know.
En as ek vir hulle sê maar ek weet nie en dan slat hulle my.
And when I said that I don't know, then I was assaulted.
En die vrou soos ek gesê het wat agter my gestaan het.
As I said, the lady that was standing behind me,
Ek weet nie as sy iets in haar hand gehad het nie,
I don't know whether she had something in her hand.
maar sy het my agter my rug geslat baie klap.
She hit me behind my back very hard.
Voel asof sy iets in haar hand het.
It felt like she had something in her hand.
En
After you felt this blow, how did you feel?
Nadat hierdie gevoel het nooit hoe gevoel.
duiselig gevoel.
I became dizzy
Van al kan klap hulle my in my gesig, oral klap hulle my.
because I was smacked on my face from both sides. Was smacked everywhere in my face.
Die een se hande is groot, die een se hande is almal het dieselfde gewig op hulle hande nie.
The other one hand is big, my lord, and everyone doesn't have the same strength in the hand or same power.
Were you told, before you were taken to this office, were you told that you are going to be interviewed?
Die tyd wat hulle vir u geneem het of gevat het na die kantoor toe, het hulle vir u gesê dat u gaan vir interview.
Van my was nooit nee.
For me, I was never, no.
I suspect you will not finish with the evidence in chief this afternoon. So maybe go up to a sensible place in the evidence and then we take the break there where you feel comfortable, because I don't want to split it up. We've now arrived in the second office. There was the smacking and hitting, female person hitting him from the back, almost urinated on himself. Now he is going to the toilet with Fortuin, and then Fortuin said to him, well, don't want to work with me, I'm going to hand you over to other people. So before the handing over takes place, I think that's where we take the break.
Thank you, my lord.
So that we can start at a sensible point in the morning.
Thank you, my lord. After these blows and blows, you felt dizzy.
Na hierdie slangery het duiselig gevoel.
Ja,
Yes?
Did the blows stop because you were feeling dizzy?
Het hierdie hou gestop want jy het duiselig gevoel?
nee,
No.
They continued.
Het hulle aangegaan?
ja.
Yes?
How many members were these?
Hoeveel mense was daar? Lede?
6, 7.
6, 7?
With due respect, before this honorable court, I think I will stop here, my lord.
Yeah. 8:30 tomorrow morning. Is that okay with the parties? With reservations and slight objections, but that's the way it is. We're going to resume at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Mr. Van Rijn, what I want you to do is to go and think about anything that you might, in the run-up to where we got now with your evidence.
Ek wil meneer Van Rijn as jy moet nog gaan sit en dink tot jy nog bygekom het.
So if there's anything that you left out in this front section now, that's now the Jacobs Bay First Office and so on, so that you can tell Ms. Nkaba in the morning, so that we first catch up on this.
As daar enige iets wat u nagelaat het om te sê van Jacobs Bay na die kantore toe, dan kan u vir u prokureur môre sê en dit is wat ek uitgelaat het of so, dan kan ons dit daarvan af wat dan gaan ons vorentoe.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
So, Mr. Paulus, Mr. Van Rijn, Malmesbury, Ms. Smith, Langebaan Saps, 8:30 in the morning, when we will resume. I suspect Ms. Heramun, and for the defense, we might get to the end of... Are you going to call further witnesses then, Mr. Van Rijn, so far as you know?
I was given those instructions, my lord, but we're failing to get hold of the witness.
Okay. Because if you need any assistance with a witness, just liaise with your colleagues. Let's see whether we can do that.
Yes,
and first prize for me is that if we could get to the end of Mr. Van Rijn tomorrow afternoon or early the next morning, so that I can still get the argument in and the order by Thursday afternoon. That's first prize for me. So I might push a little bit tomorrow on time. I know that everybody traveled this morning, so hence I'm not going to push you too hard today. But let's see whether we can finalize this part of the trial by Thursday. And if you work with me, we might be able to leave slightly earlier on Thursday, because we're not going to go back into the main trial, so that everybody can plan over the weekend, so when we come back next week, we're fully blown. But are you looking happy, Ms. Swanepoel, because your colleague's batting, or? Right. Thank you. Thank you, the court will adjourn.